but it's good that he's finally taken us up on the subpoena, the lawful subpoena that we issued. And I found it disgusting when in January he came to the Oversight Committee to defy the subpoena, to give a middle finger to America that he is better than everybody else. And there'll be hundreds of questions asked of Hunter Biden. And I hope that he'll tell the truth. I doubt it, but we'll see what he says.
Okay, Congress is also looking to avoid a government shutdown in March with deadlines in the first week of the month. Are you hopeful deals get reached for funding, or do you think we're just going to punt it a couple more months again?
I wouldn't be surprised if there's an attempt to do an omnibus or minibus or another short-term CR. Schumer has everything he needs to keep the government open. He has appropriations bills from House Republicans, but he refuses to take them up. So if the government shuts down, this is the Schumer shutdown. And I won't take any other answer because I know what the facts are. And the facts are that House Republicans have sent him spending bills, have sent him appropriations bills in the lawful, legal way. And he has refused to take them up, including border security. So this is all on him.
Obviously, the job of House Speaker is difficult when you have such a narrow majority. Obviously, you were one of the folks who was unhappy with former Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Now you've got Mike Johnson in the job with even fewer GOP members. How's he doing, and do you feel for him trying to lead the conference forward with such a narrow majority?
Well, he inherited most of all these bad deals are the part of Kevin McCarthy. And in fact, Kevin McCarthy led us to one of our most narrow majorities ever in our history. We should have had more seats, but because he failed at the ballot box in 22 and didn't pay attention to the issues that mattered, like abortion, we didn't gain as many seats as we should have. And then he quit on the Republican conference. Kevin McCarthy put our majority at risk again by quitting halfway through his term. And then he gave all these bad deals to Mike Johnson. So I commend Mike Johnson for trying to figure this out. But there are factions within our party, and I've sat in these rooms, these private meetings, and I've seen how hard Mike Johnson works. I've seen how smart he is and how good he is at the job, only to have the rug taken out from under him by members of our own party. I've been a part of conversations where he is trying to attach border security to spending measures, and we have certain factions within our party who say that they're going to kill the bill if he does that. And so we are our own worst enemy right now. We should all be supporting Mike Johnson. He's very smart. He is holding the line on immigration and the border, and we ought to support him. And those that don't ought to be outed for it.
Do you think if they don't get their way that some of your colleagues on the right may try to get rid of him?
I don't think that will happen. I mean, I could be wrong here, but I have a lot of confidence in how Mike Johnson is operating, and it's not his fault that there are people, some of them are Kevin McCarthy loyalists, who are trying to sabotage him at every chance they get. And I've been witness to those meetings. I've seen it. It's disgusting. It's gross. And these are people who are putting their ego and the interests of Kevin McCarthy above our country and her citizens. And it's time to put a stop to it.
Congresswoman Nancy Mace of the great state of South Carolina, a pleasure picking your brain. I wish you a wonderful week.
You too. Thank you.
Kayal and Company, mornings 6 till 10, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
I'm Chris Riccobono, founder of Untuck It. When I started the brand, I wanted to make the perfect fitting untucked shirt. And over the years, we changed the way guys think about how they dress. The secret was our obsession over fabric quality, listening to what our customers wanted and making everything fit perfectly. Our fit team has mastered pants, polos, sports coats, and more, so we've got you covered from head to toe. Try what millions of guys already know and love. Shop today at untuckit.com or our 80-plus stores worldwide.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Don't miss a special edition of Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaris and Mark Cumberland this Saturday afternoon at 4. Find out everything you need to know about buying and selling a home. Considering a career in real estate, visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com and listen to Good News in Real Estate this Saturday at 4.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
I lived alone and was having problems with my landlord. He's a creep. One night I'm watching TV and I hear my landlord letting himself in. Hey, get out. You can't keep coming in.
I'm just here to fix your fridge and spend some time together.
Get out. I'm reporting you.
Don't make a federal case of it.
A federal case? Sexual harassment in housing is against federal law. If you are harassed, file a complaint with HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
I answered the call, and even though I no longer wear the uniform, I am still a Marine, still serving those around me, my country, and my community. That is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful, always Marine.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Monday, February 26, 2024. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown. The race for the GOP nomination now shifting to Michigan after Saturday's primary in South Carolina, where former President Donald Trump soundly defeated Nikki Haley. Tuesday will be Michigan's primary. And a busy week of political wrangling for President Biden.
The president heads to New York City for a campaign meeting today. The New York Post also reports he'll be taping an interview with talk show host Seth Meyers. Then he's back to the White House Tuesday, meeting with top congressional leaders. The administration says the president will talk about the urgency of passing the bipartisan national security supplemental to get aid to Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. He's also expected to speak about keeping the government open as a deadline looms for a partial shutdown March 1st.
Fox's Jill Nato there. And I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Is this Ken in Chalfont, Pennsylvania?
The one and only.
Ken, I have to ask you, how many keywords did you enter over the course of 16 days? Were you a participant every single day?
Every single day.
Yeah, Ken.
Awesome,
That's what I'm
Ken.
talking about.
Ken, have you ever been on a Disney cruise in your prior life?
Not in my prior life.
7 nights with up to 4 people for a summer vacation because the time to show your kids the world is now. Congratulations.
Yeah, Ken.
We're
Thank
very
you so
happy.
very, very much.
And we are hooking you up, and I'm assuming you will not have an issue finding 3 other individuals to go along, right?
Ken, we can't wait to hear, though, who you're going to take. Give us all the pictures. Give us the
I'll get
updates.
to you all that. Yeah.
This is so exciting.
Ken
Thank
and
you so much.
Chalfont, good job, buddy.
Thanks, dude.
And enjoy your trip.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer.
I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Finished at just over 5,111, its 13th record close of 2024. The NASDAQ was off nearly 45 on Friday. Warner Brothers Discovery fell nearly 10% after reporting a bigger loss than Wall Street expected. And Amazon replaces Walgreens in the Dow Jones Industrial Average today. Berkshire Hathaway reports earnings later today. In his annual letter released Saturday, CEO Warren Buffett warned investors against listening to pundits or advisors who push trading often in the hunt for hot stocks. And at 10 a.m. this morning, the January report on new home sales. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Crime and homelessness are on a lot of voters' lists of concerns going into this year's elections. Sometimes those go hand in hand. Men and women who've been incarcerated are much more likely to become homeless and then much more likely to return to a life of crime. It's harder to get a job, harder to find a place to live, and depending on the state, it can cost parolees extra money to be out in fines, court costs, and prison fees, then supervision fees, drug tests, and counseling. So, a vicious cycle that Prison Fellowship's trying to break.
Going out into the world, I would like for people to give me a fair chance for who I am, because I'm not the same person that I was when I came in.
It's the world's largest Christian nonprofit organization for prisoners, former prisoners, and their families.
Prison Fellowship was founded by Charles Colson after he served time in prison for the Watergate scandal.
Vice President Kate Trammell.
While Chuck was incarcerated, he really was on his heart to create a ministry that would help connect the local church with men and women behind bars and their families. So flash forward to today, nearly 50 years later, Prison Fellowship is the nation's largest Christian outreach to men and women behind bars and their families, and a leading voice for justice reform.
You point out as a success story, Brandon Boyce. Tell people about him. His circumstances are like a lot of people who've been in prison, but just use him as a jumping off point.
Yeah, so Brandon Boyce is a colleague of mine at Prison Fellowship and someone who I regard with just tremendous esteem and courage. You know, Brandon served time in prison. When he left prison, he actually tried really hard to establish himself in his community. He wanted to give back. He was ready to be different. And yet, Brandon lived in the woods in his community for the first 2 years after prison. He now reflects on that time and calls it, in such a moving way, the prison of homelessness. Finding his next meal, identifying where his next income would come from was very, very difficult. And as you would imagine, Brandon pretty quickly found himself back in prison. So in prison, Brandon decided to turn his life around. He attended Bible studies. He took on leadership roles in the prison. And when he was released, he had networked with a prison ministry volunteer who offered him a job and ultimately changed his life forever. Brandon's story feels very unusual unless you know people who are coming out of prison. There are many men and women behind bars who come out of prison every single day ready for something new, and yet they face that same prison of homelessness. Yeah. So Brandon's story is a great reminder to us, Chris.
I mean, people say, well, they paid their debt to society. It's a clean slate, but it's really not. I mean, let's talk about that debt keeps getting paid in a lot of ways. Let's talk about some of the hurdles that people might not know about and some of the ways that might be easier to overcome. For example, it's hard for some people with a criminal record to get a job. it's hard to get licensed in some states for some jobs. So even if you try to get in, you can't.
You know, the first thing that I always think about with this issue is that there are many, many people like Brandon coming out of prisons and jails across America every day. Estimates place it at about 1 in every 3 Americans has a criminal record of arrest, conviction, or incarceration. So that is a lot of the people in our nation. And based sometimes just on arrest, sometimes on conviction, and sometimes on spending time in prison or jail, we have about 44,000 legal restrictions in our country based on that experience alone that prohibit things like access to education, access to employment, transportation, photo IDs, housing, right? Things that we know are essential pillars of success, things that I take for granted every day.
Yeah.
The ability to get in my car, go to my job, volunteer at my kid's school. And as you mentioned, there are, in fact, steeper restrictions around participation in things like licensed employment. So the further you get towards attempting success with a criminal record, the more barriers you face.
Some of it just doesn't seem... Why? Like, why can't you get a license to, I can't think of you'll have to name an occupation or two that is harder to get a license if you have a criminal record or a felony record. But what's the logic there? I can see, okay, maybe you can't have a job in law enforcement or something, but if you're trying to be a barber or drive a backhoe, who cares what your record is?
You know, at Prison Fellowship, we believe that the only restriction someone should face after they satisfy their punishment, you know, they've been held accountable, they're ready for a new life, the only restrictions they should face should be really tied to public safety. But what we see are all of these bureaucratic laws on the books that are kind of blanket bans for people with a criminal record. They are good character clauses. They're things that say, unless you have a spotless history, you may not participate in a profession that has actually no bearing on public safety. And what this does is it not only is a hurdle, it actually is a wall that holds people back. And when you evaluate just the impact of that on any given life, right, if you make it tremendously difficult to have a job that can pay your bills, it's going to be very difficult to pay off court fines. It's going to be very difficult to make rent, to establish custody of your children, to be able to have educational attainment, the things that we hold people coming out of prison accountable for. Their success, their safety are the same things that we bar them from every day with these kinds of rules.
Well, obviously, it's harder to put together a work history and a credit history if you've been locked up. So it's harder to rent, maybe. And look, this goes for all people, not just people who have served time. Think about how much harder it is to look for and get a job if you don't have if you don't have a place to keep your clothes or wash your clothes or wash yourself or keep a phone plugged in. I mean, you have to get that phone and pay for that phone, a way to pay for transportation. It's just, what can people do? What can governments do to try to alleviate some of this?
When I think of this issue, Chris, I think of my friend Joy, who herself experienced incarceration, came out of that, was immediately the caregiver to her young children. And Joy lived in her car. And she lived in homeless shelters as she looked for a job. She got a job. She established herself. Now she is running on years of success and contribution in her community. But how can we set people like Joy up for success, right? There are some really simple paths forward. One is looking at laws that prohibit access to employment, education, and housing based solely on a criminal record. We really want to focus that analysis on safety. Right? So if there's unsafe behavior, yes, absolutely. People should be able to consider that, right? And as you mentioned, maybe someone with a fraud crime may not be the best bank teller, right? But they should absolutely be able to participate in industry that enables them to be a contributing member of their community. So a lot of these concerns are really practical. And there are states taking this up all over the country who have made tremendous strides in access to employment and housing for men and women who have that criminal record and want to start over. And, you know, even if you don't know someone like Joy, even if you can't relate to the story of Brandon, what we can all relate to is a desire for safety in our neighborhoods. Research shows that people who secure stable housing after being released from prison are much less likely to return to a life of crime. So if we think about how to solve issues like homelessness and crime, there are some really practical steps we can take to be good neighbors.
Well, there's a catch-22 there because, as you know, people are going to say, I want my neighborhood to be safe. I don't want crime to be committed there. But they're also going to say, I don't want criminals there, which is how a lot of people are seen after they're out of prison. So what do you say about what do you do about the not in my backyard?
You know, what I'd say is people with a past can have a bright future. In our culture, we are big believers here in this country in the American dream, but we put a major caveat on it for people who have made a mistake in their past and have paid their debt. What I'd love to see is an environment where we can look at our neighbors and our potential neighbors for who they are today, mindful of whether they're going to be a safe and contributing neighbor. That's fine, right? But based on who they are today. And many, many men and women who have experienced crime and incarceration are ready for a fresh start. Like Brandon, you know, they're coming out having a transformed life, having been a leader in their environment, which is one of the most difficult places you can be a positive leader, which is prison, and wanting to give back. So those men and women, they should be able to participate in the American dream.
What do you tell people who are maybe not as charitable as you or as forgiving as you, who say, you know what, too bad, all of it. Here's a good incentive to not commit crime in the first place, because not only are you going to do this time, you're going to have a harder life afterward.
Well, I hear that all the time, Chris. And I would just say one of the things that I think a lot about as someone who studies policy and works in lawmaking is, what is the incentive? We talk a lot about deterrence, and it is a valuable tool. But here what you see is the balance is off. We have such a significant deterrence that it actually isn't preventing people from committing crime, but it's a bigger net. It's catching people who would otherwise be safe, but because they can't obtain housing, they are themselves at risk of being a victim of crime. They are much more likely to commit crime themselves. And so at some point, deterrence arguments can tip the scale to actually contribute to crime, to contribute to violence in neighborhoods. And that's really what we're dealing with here.
You've talked a little bit about criminal justice reform. I know you guys do a lot of in-prison programming, something I didn't know about that I'm interested in. Tell people about the Angel Tree program.
So Angel Tree is a program of prison fellowship that is really created to reach kids with incarcerated parents and connect them with a local church and with positive experiences. I love this work that we do at Prison Fellowship because it really gets at the heartbeat of the connection between religious beliefs, prevention of crime, and caring about our neighbors, right? So the Angel Tree program has several components. You know, one thing that we do that we get really excited about is Angel Tree Christmas, where local churches are equipped to provide Christmas gifts on behalf of an incarcerated parent to their children. We also have Angel Tree Camping, where kids with incarcerated moms and dads are provided scholarships and opportunities to go to summer camp experiences, which is a positive impact on their life for the future. And those are just a couple of the ways that the Angel Tree program supports kids with incarcerated parents, caregivers who are taking care of them in this difficult time, and helps to break that cycle of crime and incarceration that none of us want to see in our neighborhoods and in our neighbors.
How do you guys get funding? You want to ask for a little help?
You know, we're really grateful to be supported by regular people all over this country who care about their neighbors in prison and what they're like whenever they come home. So if you're interested in supporting the work of Prison Fellowship, you can go to www.prisonfellowship.org, and we'd love to partner with you in this work.
Kate Trammell, Vice President of Prison Fellowship. Kate, thanks for coming on.
Thanks so much.
Rich Cioli, afternoons 3 to 7, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My wife and I both, we ended up mildly sick for a few months, and the nasal congestion was probably the worst part. I had like a post-nasal drip, just super congested all the time. We were taking everything we possibly could, but nothing really worked.
Kyrie was miserable until a friend recommended Navage. Navage offers immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Don't live in misery this cold season. Use Navage so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
The biggest thing Navage has done has completely cleaned out my nasal passages. It was from the first use. I was able to just clear out anything that was stopping me from breathing correctly. Navage helps me clear the way, literally clear the way, for me to operate better in the rest of my life.
Experience the Navage difference yourself. Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, Navage.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
My father taught me never put yourself in a situation where you have to say you're sorry. Great advice, right? So why do you only have one key to your car? Seriously, don't wait until you're apologizing to your wife or husband, or even worse, your boss, because you lost your keys. Save yourself that headache. Head to McCausland Lock Service and get yourself a spare. You're supporting small business when you do and saving up to half of what you'd pay at a dealer. Call McCausland Lock Service for a quote today. 610-430-1500. 610-430-1500.
Just one question can save a child's life. Before your child visits a friend, ask if there's an unlocked gun in the house. With an average of 13 children dying from guns every day, guns are now the leading cause of death among children. Ask the question and do your part to keep children safe. To help get the conversation going, 59 regional hospitals united to offer life-saving tips. Learn more by visiting hospitalstogether.com. That's hospitalstogether.com.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code RADIO for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's promo code RADIO.
Whoa, long time no see. It's me, the Rock t-shirt in the back of your closet. Dude, remember? You crowd surfed in me, man. But you haven't worn me in like forever. I get it, you're retired, but I still got some rock left in me. So take me to Goodwill, where I can really make a difference.
Your donations to Goodwill create jobs, training programs, and education assistance for people in your community. To find your nearest donation center, go to goodwill.org. Donate stuff. Create jobs. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. The White House planning to keep pushing back against Russia as it's warned Ukraine enters a third year.
We're going to have to do this day by day, and there's going to have to be more rounds of sanctions as we go forward because this has to be patient, painstaking work.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan on Fox News Sunday. President Biden planning to convene top congressional leaders to the White House to discuss aid to Ukraine. Georgia's governor demanding answers. He wants the White House to explain how an illegal migrant who had been deported in the past was able to get back into the U.S. and allegedly murder a nursing student.
I've made 5 trips to the border like a lot of other Republican governors. We've raised the issue of the problems with an unsecure southern border for well over 2 years now, really at the start of the Biden administration.
Governor Brian Kemp on Fox and Friends Weekend. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Daniel Suarez wins the second NASCAR Cup Series race of the year, taking the Am Better Health 400 in a crazy finish with Suarez, Ryan Blaney, and Kyle Busch separated by 0.007 seconds. In its first game since knocking off the top-ranked men's college basketball team in the country, 15th-ranked Creighton finds itself on the other end of an upset, losing to St. John's. NBA, the Atlanta Hawks say All-Star guard Trae Young is out at least 4 weeks after tearing a ligament in his pinky. And the NHL, the New York Rangers lose to the Columbus Blue Jackets, ending their 10-game winning streak. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Greg Thompson, Fox News.
an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
The coaching carousel, though, never ends. And, there are guys that deserve to hit the door. I'm not one that sits here and says, no, don't fire anyone. But far too often, those that are calling the shots they're just not crushed for being inept or failure to identify a person suitable for the job and the money. And in many cases, they're just going to a search firm. Where are we with all this? It's mismanagement at the highest level. And those doing these contracts are the ones ruining the system. It's not the players. And in the NFL, it's now combine season. Every head coach and general manager, they're all going to be in the best mood they're going to be in all year long because the organization that they're coaching for or working for, they're all selling hope. So let's at least call out those who are allowing coaches to be paid to fail. Failures in their own right.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
Stand Up to Cancer asked leading cancer researchers to speak about why they do their work.
Two words come to mind for me. One is responsibility, the other is purpose.
It's just so inspiring to do research that impacts human lives.
Stand Up to Cancer has been a critical partner in advancing research for cancer.
Cancer research saves lives.
So please, help us fight in this battle against cancer.
Be a part of the team that ends cancer at standuptocancer.org.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom. If you think meth is taking control of you, ask for help. You have the power to be truly free. I know. I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
Hey, it's Jesse Kelly. Are you still on the fence about owning gold? It's time to pull the trigger with the Oxford Gold Group and buy gold and silver. Nobody can predict the future, but we can't put our head in the sand either. The Oxford Gold Group are the pros. They make owning gold and silver simple and easy to understand. Call Oxford Gold Group right now, and you may qualify for up to $10,000 in free precious metals. Call 833-995-GOLD. That's 833-995-GOLD.
Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you to the limits of your plan. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with promo code CLAY.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Check your calendars and make plans to be a part of the atmosphere at Citizens Bank Park this season.
It's a party at Citizens Bank Park!
Phillies single game tickets are on sale now. Visit Phillies.com to secure your seats to Phil's home games today. Baseball is better with friends. Bring your team to see our team. Phillies group tickets are on sale now. Visit Phillies.com/group tickets for more info and to snag your seats today.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I'm about to tell you a secret that'll make the insurance companies madder than a wet hen. Major insurance companies use a software called Colossus to tell them what the firm you hire is likely to settle your case for. Google it yourself. They know which law firms can lowball and take the last best offer, not us. Google our firm and see billions recovered from those very same insurance companies. They know who we are, and now you know it too. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Millions of Americans are losing their medical assistance or Medicaid coverage. If this affects you, Independence Blue Cross can help. You may be eligible to enroll in a health plan for as little as $0 a month. With Independence Blue Cross, you get the largest provider network in the area, including most Keystone First doctors and hospitals. We also offer free 24/7 telemedicine, coverage for hospital stays and prescriptions. See if you qualify for $0 health insurance and enroll today. Call Independence Blue Cross at 1-844-464-2583 or visit ibx.com/stay covered.
Without the ones like you who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, Dom Giordano. Pick up a delicious dinner for your sweetheart at Captain Chucky's. Try the all-new Bang Bang Jumbo Lump Crab Cake. Delicious, creamy 5-ounce jumbo lump breaded crab cake with a kick for those who like to spice it up. Check stores for availability. WeLoveCrabCakes.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Monday, February 26th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Twitter and Instagram, the radio station at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. Oh, do we have a ton of good stuff to talk about today. Absolutely love these stories and topics. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Monday.
How was the weekend?
Going great.
Did you lose any billionaire donors?
I did not.
Okay, just checking. Gregory?
All of my billionaire donors in place.
Are still bankrolling the Stenzelin Menti operation?
Yeah.
Good to know. Gregory.
No billionaire donors were lost from this guy either, so we're good.
Same here.
Wow.
Everybody's bank account is still looking good.
Although, Michigan, is she out after Michigan or Super Tuesday?
You listen to her, she's in it for the long haul.
Okay.
Well, Ronna
Okay.
McDaniel is officially out.
See that?
That news breaking.
Yeah, all sorts of good stuff today. What a weekend it was. South Carolina, we'll get to that. The big guy and the keys to good marriage. Tell you about this story. Get ready for your barf bag.
Oh, God.
He might be taking advantage of one of the promo codes I give out from time to time. I'll leave it there. Media coverage, media bias by omission in a awful murder case in Georgia. We'll get to that story. A rough weekend for Google. Not a good weekend or a good week for the tech industry as a whole. We will explain. Cut sheet, absolutely loaded. We might have like 7 renditions of it today.
Yeah, I don't know how we're going to get through everything.
We'll start 5 minutes early and we'll go 20 minutes long.
Sorry.
Cut sheet coming up 7:45.
So much.
There is a lot of stuff. And also, a college professor says it is slightly racist to be a Taylor Swift fan.
Oh, please.
We shall explain. Well, I'll just relay the story and we'll try to make sense of it. I'm not sure that we can. But, you know, it's 2024 and I'm just here to talk about the insanity.
By the way, this insanity, I think I can get behind it.
Yeah.
Yes, amen. It is slightly racist to be a Taylor Swift fan. Amen. Whoever this nut job is,
yes.
I endorse it.
Yes. And, by the way, she's a professor from California, so that should explain everything.
What a shock.
Yeah. All right, we got a lot of good stuff to get to. Of course, we've got Michigan coming up on Tuesday. Super Tuesday will be here before you know it. State of the Union in 10 days. Let's get down to it. Let's get the news. A lot of stuff going on locally and regionally. 6:03, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, this chilly morning, but I'll tell you when a wonderful warm-up will occur this February 26th, Monday morning. A woman fighting for her life after she was stabbed inside a home on the main line, Wayne, Pennsylvania. According to police there, it happened inside a home on the 200 block of Willow Avenue. The police say the woman was stabbed multiple times inside her home while her teen daughter was injured. And that woman is in critical condition this morning. Her daughter released from the hospital. Police in Haverford Township, they're responding to a car crash on Sproul Road after the stabbing happened involving the suspect. That suspect taken into custody. We don't have the identity of the suspect. We don't have the motive. We just, thankfully, we do know that, in fact, they took somebody into custody this morning. So we have that going on. But again, the mom in critical condition. Violent criminals struck at SEPTA stations in Philadelphia over the weekend with 2 separate attacks, but certainly many see it as 2 more examples of the violence plaguing our transit system. A 20-year-old shot on a Broad Street line northbound subway train that had just left the Hunting Park station, and this happened Saturday evening. And then about 5 hours later, a hatchet-wielding assailant attacking another rider on the subway concourse right near the SEPTA station at 8th and Market Streets.
You said a hatchet?
Hatchet.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
All right.
So knives, guns, hatchets.
Philly, start getting your machetes ready.
So
the official weapon of SEPTA.
Police say that
Hatchet violence.
Hatchet violence. So we're
Hatchet crisis.
This is unbelievable.
You know those places where you can go and teams and groups can throw hatchets?
Yeah.
We should start banning them.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah.
Hatchet ban?
Yeah.
Is that similar to the axe throwing?
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Okay.
Hatchets and axes are the same thing, right? Hatchets
Are they?
Just,
I don't know.
They're smaller, right?
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, but I've seen the axes that people throw into boards.
Yeah.
I have no interest in doing that.
Yeah.
So this individual, the officers say, struck him 6 times with the hatchet, kicked him 4 times in the face once he was down.
Cool.
So he is obviously hospitalized in stable condition, cuts to all over the back of his head, bruising to his face. And so in that one, we have, police investigations in those 2 incidents. I know in Philadelphia, on the art steps of our Philadelphia Art Museum, yesterday over the weekend, a huge rally for Ukraine in support of Ukraine as we think about technically entering into the third year of that conflict of Russia invading Ukraine.
Yeah. 2-year anniversary was what, Saturday?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, so we had people on the steps that want more money sent to Zelensky.
I think some people want more money. Some people simply want it. We have a huge population of Ukrainians here. So
We absolutely do.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that until, but you're right. We do.
And if you're Ukrainian and you're Catholic, the kids knew all about it because, I don't know, they don't have to do as much for all of the different communions and all of that, but we do. I know we have a huge population here of Ukrainians. So Ukraine is their home country. So I think part of it was people rallying for the home country. I think on the other part, yes, people want some resolution to the funding.
Gotcha.
Phil, if you're listening, can you bring a pen in here? Thank you very much.
What?
Yeah, while you're at it, a couple paper towels.
How do you take your coffee?
Yeah, I gotta take some cream and sugar. And
not for
swing down towards the sports station and grab me a box of Tasty Cakes.
I don't know where everything goes here over the weekend.
And could you, Greg's, his back is a little itchy.
Yeah,
You can't reach that one spot, Phil. Could you,
Fix Dawn's camera, fix her light. It's total request hour right now.
Sorry, go on.
And 95 reopened. Remember, it was closed over the weekend, so reopened early this morning. So that's something to cheer about.
Yeah, speaking of Phil, he texted me like 4:15, and he was like, by the way, 95 South at that part is reopened.
Yep.
But just watch out. There's a broken down car. I was like, wow, I have my own personal.
Yeah.
Look at that.
I have my own personal.
He's like a human Waze.
Thank you, Phil. I appreciate it.
It's like a real life Waze.
This is cool.
Pen. Thank you.
Look at that. Look at Phil is a man of action.
You should have seen me looking for a highlighter last week around here.
Sorry.
He's like, can't find the highlighter.
Phil
man.
tracked down a brand new one for me.
So let's look at the forecast. The moon, it was a full moon on Saturday. So this morning it reminds me of a Ozempic moon because it's, starting to go down a little bit. So I'm just calling it the Ozempic moon.
Well, if you want the moon to go back up, give it a blue chip.
Oh, man, come on.
See what I did there?
Here we go.
Promo code 1210.
So let's look at it. We're going to really warm up as the sun comes out this morning. Full sunshine today and near 60 degrees for your high in some areas. So a beautiful day today, 62 it's more like 58-ish, but I'm rounding up to be positive. So bright sunny day today. However, tomorrow we start this warm up, but with that, the cost is wet and warm. 62 degrees for your high on Tuesday. Yes, with showers moving through. And then 64 degrees for Wednesday, a warm and wet day as well. And then Thursday, back down to 44 degrees, but sunny. We round out the week on Friday with 50 degrees. So we're feeling like a little spring-ish. And if I look way ahead into the weekend, near 60 degrees. So it's it's the feeling of spring and baseball, and the Phillies look good, and it's all good. It's exciting.
First Grapefruit League games over the weekend.
I was gonna say, I was like, oh, the Phillies are on this weekend.
Yeah,
My wife was like, it's February. I'm like, yeah, it's preseason.
Yeah, I saw the lineup of the official Phillies Twitter tweeted out the lineup. I'm like, oh, okay. Here we go. I was hearing Tony Bruno in the background. Now it's time for baseball.
We love it. This is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:10 on this Monday morning. Let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the Big Take this morning. The Trump train rolls over Haley in her home state. Another primary victory for Donald Trump. We all knew that Saturday was setting up to be the toughest loss to date for Nikki Haley as the Republican primary rolled into her home state of South Carolina. Many of the polls indicated that Trump was going to win by 25 to 30 points, and Trump ended up winning by over 20. Now, keep in mind, South Carolina is an open primary, so even in her own home state and with the help of Democrats, Haley still got routed in the Palmetto State. Perhaps the biggest surprise to some was how quickly the race was called. As the polls closed at 7:01 p.m., Fox News officially called it at 7:02. I had thought and said this thing will probably go until about 7:15, 7:17, 7:20. No, I was wrong. It took under 90 seconds for Trump to be declared the winner. If this was a boxing match, the ref would have called for the bell before the two boxers first touched gloves. Nikki Haley's most crushing defeat to date. And if you're tracking the scoreboard now, the delegates read as follows: Donald Trump 107, Nikki Haley 17. Trump picked up another 44 delegates on Saturday night. Nikki Haley received none. Trump now leads by 90 in the race to reach 1,215 to secure the nomination. Here was the 45th president of the United States Saturday night delivering his victory speech over Nikki Haley.
Thank you very much. Wow. That is really something. This was a little sooner than we anticipated. It was an even bigger win than we anticipated. And I was just informed that we got double the number of votes that has ever been received in the great state of South Carolina. So that's pretty good. So it's a record times two.
Now, keep in mind that Donald Trump barely campaigned in South Carolina, spending $1.3 million to Nikki Haley's $16 million. Also, Trump barely campaigned in New Hampshire, where Nikki made New Hampshire her Super Bowl. The result, a blowout, and it was deja vu all over again on Saturday night in the low state. You have Donald Trump, who's going from courthouse to courthouse and then showing up at primaries and for rallies, while Nikki Haley is 100% all in on these primaries. The results, though, continue to be defeat. It's almost like Trump is fighting with one hand tied behind his back and still securing resounding victory after resounding victory. And for Trump, it's not about Nikki. It's all about Joe Biden and the general election. And that's the question, and that's the concern. Can Donald Trump beat Joe Biden in a general election? Here was Trump at CPAC on Friday night talking about Joe. Listen and watch this.
Crooked Joe Biden, you're fired. Get out of here. Get the hell. You're destroying our country. You're fired, Biden. Get the hell out of here. Right? Get the hell out of here, this guy. He goes after his political opponents. Let's go after them. See if you can indict him so that maybe we can win. A little bit of a backlash when the numbers go up.
Well, let's focus in on Nikki Haley right now this morning, shall we? With no conceivable path to victory, will she continue this charade? Here was the former South Carolina governor on Saturday night after another loss. Listen and watch this.
I said earlier this week that no matter what happens in South Carolina, I would continue to run for president. I'm a woman of my word.
All right, so Nikki's clearly not going anywhere anytime soon, if you listen to her and believe her on Saturday night. But one of her premier financial backers has decided to fold up shop, that being the Koch network and billionaire contributors. Is she sticking around like many people think to possibly emerge as the top GOP candidate if Trump is removed from the equation somehow? Or is she going to run third party? Is she actually running to help Joe Biden? Polling has indicated that RFK Jr. hurts Biden when looking at third-party options. But is Nikki and her Democrat donors doing this to cost Trump votes in the general? It sure seems like that to me. But the real question Nikki Haley should be asking herself right now is why she performed so poorly in her home state. Politico with the headline that reads, quote, when she was elected governor of South Carolina in 2010, Nikki Haley was a rising star in the GOP. Now she's bracing for rejection by conservatives on her own home turf. In interviews this week around South Carolina, voters offer a glimpse of why she's struggling here. These are a few of the quotes from people in South Carolina. Susan Stallings of Bluffton was a strong Haley supporter for years. She had a campaign sign in her yard when Haley ran for governor, but just isn't convinced it's her turn to be president. Trump can be, quote, a little mouthy, but he gets stuff done, she said. She also goes on to say, I like Nikki Haley. I do like her. I loved her as a governor, but when it comes to getting the presidency, no. Not after what she did to President Trump, after she walked off and left him hanging dry. When she quit and I said, nope, I would not vote for her. John Creel told Politico, if she wants to come back and be a governor or something out here in South Carolina, I have no problem putting her in office because she was really good. I think people just think they can run over Biden. They probably do. You aren't going to have that with Trump, and you probably won't have that with Nikki Haley, but I don't see that side of her. She's been governor. I haven't seen her in national affairs like you do with Trump. I don't have as much negative against her, except I think Trump offers so much more. The experience. He's shown what he can do and everything. I just don't think that this was the time for her. I don't know why she hasn't dropped out yet, said Jerry Blosser. These were all people speaking to Politico. Right now, within the Republican primary, Trump is a runaway freight train and is full steam ahead as he is preparing for the general election against Joe Biden, assuming Joe can make it to November, but also assuming and wondering and contemplating what will it take for Trump to knock off Biden in the general. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Big take this morning. If you want to jump in, thoughts and reactions from what transpired Saturday evening, you can certainly do so. 855-839-1210 as we look ahead to Michigan on Tuesday. You can also get involved on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the YouTube chat, the Kayal and Company comment community, just go to youtube.com/at1210 WPHT and hit the like and subscribe buttons. We'll come back, get thoughts and reactions to South Carolina and also some of the latest numbers with Michigan as we shift our attention to the first swing state of primary season. It's Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg on a Monday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Ooh, your Philadelphia 76ers got blown out last night against the Milwaukee Bucks. Doc Rivers and the Bucks, 119-98. Tonight, I'm taking the Nets, the Brooklyn Nets, -1.5 over the Memphis Grizzlies. Get buckets with your first bet on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 if your bet wins. Bet on all your favorite NBA players and teams with quick bets, live same-game parlays, which is my favorite, and exclusive player props. So much more. I love the FanDuel app. Go to FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg and shoot your shot right now. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT and he's the official partner of the NBA. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager only, $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. Yeah, they're local in Pennsylvania. They have an experienced team which has transformed more than 60,000 spaces. A dedicated design consultant works with you on your choices for refacing, custom cabinets, backsplash counters, and tub shower conversion. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. For over 38 years, Rescue brand omega-3s have been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium omega-3 fish oil supplements, are buy one, get one free exclusively for American Heart Month. Just use the listener code OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call today at 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com. Don't forget the code OMEGA50 when you buy one bottle of a Rescue Omega-3 to receive a second bottle free. Again, use the code OMEGA50. Fortify your heart with the Rescue Omega-3.
Get ready for spring by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get ready for spring with njdiet.com.
Rhea here to tell you about the exciting things going on at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L Certified Winter Collection Sales Event is going on now. Receive special finance rates on L Certified Lexus models now through February 29th. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill is family and veteran owned and operated and a 6-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power dealer of excellence information. Visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Today, everyone is trying to eat healthier and eat more fresh foods. Well, that also goes for your four-legged friends. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. If you are not aware of the new generation of fresh food diets available for your four-legged friends, then you are missing out. At Dogs and Cats Rule, we carry a wide-ranging selection of fresh foods that includes raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, and baked. To learn more, visit any of our 7 locations. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Deanna got some really bad news from the IRS.
They said, you owe quite a bit of money. They told me the possibilities of garnishing my wages, taking my house, taking my car.
Deanna found out about Optima Tax Relief. They've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax saved my life.
Call Optima now for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
How much do you worry about your debt?
With over $15,000 I owe, constantly it keeps me awake at night.
Accelerated debt settlement can cut your debt by up to 85% and in as little as 7 to 12 months.
I could be free of debt in no time?
That's right. Other debt settlement companies can take years to negotiate down your debt, but accelerated debt settlement moves fast. Just call 1-877-314-1165.
The sooner I don't have to stress about my debt, the better.
Exactly. In just months, Accelerated Debt Settlement's legal team will negotiate your unsecured debt down 60, 80, even 100%. Your debt from credit cards, student loans, timeshares, medical expenses, and more cut down 60, 80, even 100%. And you'll save thousands of dollars in interest payments.
Finally, there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
And a good night's sleep.
Now get free of debt in a year or less with Accelerated Debt Settlement. Just call 1-877-314-1165 and we'll get to work for you. That's 1-877-314-1165. 1-877-314-1165.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, as we are live on a Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. 855-839-1210. As we have a couple of very, very busy weeks. It's really full steam ahead if you think about it. You've got Michigan tomorrow. We've got Super Tuesday and the State of the Union next week. Before you know it, Travis Manion will be here. Pennsylvania primary. I mean, the quote, slow days of February have long vanished. And 2 nights ago on Saturday night, I thought this was interesting. I had tweeted, I'm sitting there watching the coverage of it. I'm like, I think Fox will have this officially called by 7:17 p.m. And the polls closed at 7. Whoever was doing like the lead-in to Brett Baer and Martha McCallum signs right off at 7 o'clock. And as soon as Brett Baer and Martha McCallum come on, they're like, all right, breaking news, we're officially calling it. I'm like, wait a minute, you think we didn't even have the coin toss yet? What do you mean it's over already? And it was over as Trump won. So, Dawn, I'm not sure if you watched it live or if you got some of the recaps later into the night. But your thoughts and reaction to what we pretty much expected, although I did set the number on Friday at 24.5 points. So Donald Trump did not cover the number Nick Kayal set, but he did win by 20 plus.
I loved that he did not really talk about her. So whether he's listening to us... That's what I said over the weekend. I go, finally, he's listening. Just he didn't really mention her, and he loves to talk about Nikki and never Nikki or whatever. Let the Senator Rand Pauls of the universe talk about never Nikki.
Mm-hmm.
I love that Trump just went with message, talked about the economy, talked about jobs, just move forward. She's non-factor, Nikki.
And I think he realizes, I would assume he knows this. I mean, he saw the polling. He knew he was going to win that state easily. He knows it's a state that he will have in the general election. The real question is, how will he do in swing states? How will he do against Joe in the general election? So to his credit, or to really anybody with an ounce of common sense's credit, you don't really pound your chest over this one too much. The only thing that makes it, I think, a little bit of a victory for him is how quickly it was called and the fact that it was her home state. But this was like basically the Eagles playing the Arizona Cardinals. Like, they were expected to roll, they did. And now you have the Cowboys looming next week. So it's like focus on what matters, which the more difficult challenges are still ahead on the schedule, so to speak. So I think that was the takeaway for me. Although I will say, I'm wondering because she got routed in her own home county as well. I think it's Columbia County is where she's from. Now, my question would be with an open primary of the vote that she got, the percentage wise, how many of that percentage? I think I saw different numbers. I saw 61-39. I saw 62-38. I saw 60-40, somewhere in those areas as far as the final percentage total for the results. I would love to know of the 38, 39, 40%, 41% that Nikki Haley got, how many of them are registered Republicans versus how many of those are Democrats that came in the open primary to vote for her.
In that state, you can vote in either the Democrat primary or the Republican primary. You can't vote in both.
Okay.
So a Democrat, if they voted in the Democratic primary, which was at the beginning of the month, they couldn't have voted in the Republican.
So if they voted for Joe earlier in February, they're eliminated. Yeah. Although, if you think that if you only have one bullet, so to speak, and you're interested in the stakes on both sides, maybe if you're a Democrat, you just presume that Joe's the runaway option, which he is, obviously, 96% or whatever it is. Maybe you save your vote, and then you come in and you vote Nikki. I'm trying to figure out what the motive would be for somebody to do that. I'm not a fan of these open primaries. I wish they were more closed and you have to, there's more consequence for, what you're doing. And, Trump's obviously not a fan of this system either. But I'm curious from that math standpoint how that would have played out or how that does play out. The other thing I thought was interesting is the amount of money that was spent for South Carolina. We know time-wise in New Hampshire, Nikki spent almost up to a year with Chris Sununu in New Hampshire, and it didn't work out. Money-wise in South Carolina, she spent $16.5 million, and Trump spent $1.3 million, which is why I think now you will start to see more people pull out investment-wise. And that's what happened yesterday as the Koch-backed network, Koch, K-O-C-H, by the way, drops funding for Nikki Haley's campaign after the South Carolina defeat. The AFP Action, the conservative wing of the powerful and influential Conservative Americans for Prosperity, funded by the billionaire Koch brothers, has pulled funding for the presidential campaign of Nikki Haley, saying, quote, any outside group can make a material difference to widen Haley's path to victory. That is something we do not believe. And so while we continue to endorse her, we will focus our resources, a.k.a. our money and time, where we can make the difference. And that's the U.S. Senate and the House.
Wow.
So that's the first domino to fall. We've been saying, when do the backers start to pull out?
And they're not just the backers, they're the backers.
They have stupid money.
So, yeah, I would think that. And you could tell from her speech that she didn't. I mean, when she gave her speech in, where was the last one at? Wherever the last one is. When she gave her speech, she had vim and vigor, and she was like, "Okay, we're gonna go here." She sounded really defeated.
You're talking about in South Carolina,
yes.
speech-wise? Yeah, it was Kiowa Island.
Yeah, she sounded really defeated when she gave her speech at the end of the night. She's like, "Well, I promised you I would go on, so I guess I'm gonna go on." And I don't know, it just didn't seem like she didn't seem to have the fire that she had after her last primary.
Yeah, that's correct. And now we have Michigan coming up on Tuesday. I just saw on Fox this morning before we came on at 6 o'clock, one of the polls in Michigan, forgive me for getting the source of the poll, but they had Trump up 67-15, which would be a 52-point lead. For what that's worth, that's one poll. And, as we say, take polls with a grain of salt. But so far, I think for the most part in primary season, the polling numbers have been pretty accurate as to what we're expecting for the 4 primaries and what has actually transpired.
I will say this, though. If I'm the Trump campaign today, I am digging into the numbers, that 40% in every caucus and primary so far that has not voted for him, and find out why.
Okay.
Because these are, I would think, in a razor-thin election, in a razor-thin margin that determines the president of the United States, you need every vote. And if you have 40% of what, be it an open primary or not, he's basically an incumbent running.
True.
40% that's
He's
not voting
though.
for you?
He's not.
Okay.
And he's, that's the problem. She's being selfish. And to your point about all the money she's spending and all the energy she's just sucking out of the room, I read that he's actually the first. And you think about how he has swept everything. He's not the incumbent. He's not running unopposed. And by the way,
Biden's not either.
Yeah,
Biden's not running unopposed.
Technically, Joe's not either
I mean,
because of Williamson and Dean Phillips. Now, you want to talk about the impression those are making? That's a different conversation. But technically. But then again, technically, Nikki Haley is as well, although percentage-wise.
58% of Nikki Haley voters said they will not vote for Trump in a general election. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to vote for Biden.
If they're Republicans, they're going to vote. They're
I
going
would
to
hope
vote.
so,
And
unless
the
they're never
sooner
Trumpers.
the sooner she just gets out, the sooner that they can wrap this up. But the longer she draws this out, the more energy she takes away.
I think this is actually healthy for the Trump campaign because I think if they're smart, they're going to see where their weaknesses lie. And use that to their advantage because it is February.
Well,
it's not healthy. I disagree, Greg.
There are weaknesses there.
Suburban women.
I think the Trump team pretty much, if you work for the Trump team, you know what the weaknesses are. I think you do know what the weaknesses are already. Well, it's pretty darn obvious.
But the question is then, can you get Trump to zero in on avoiding the things that backfire on him? Like, Greg, you just asked, ask a Nikki Haley supporter why they would not vote for Trump. If we sat here and created a bullet, if we started thinking, okay, let's think like they think. What are the turnoffs? Why would they not vote for Trump? It's probably all the entry-level stuff that Democrats dislike. Oh, he's too bombastic. Mean tweets. He says open mouth, insert foot. Things like that.
Well, let me ask you guys a question. If there's an open primary and Democrats can vote in Republican primaries, Republicans can vote in Democratic primaries, why didn't the Republicans try and throw a monkey wrench into Joe Biden's South Carolina primary?
You know what? They need to, Republicans right now, they got to get it together and unite. And you know what they should say? Hold up a picture of 22-year-old Laken Hope Riley.
Yeah.
And say, this beautiful college student who was just out trying to exercise and live her best life on her college campus, she is a casualty of that open crosswalk created by President Joe Biden.
I like the way you frame that.
Fire
open
him.
Crosswalk. Yeah.
Fire him. He needs to be fired.
Yeah, we face more resistance walking across 24th and Market.
It's a sin.
This is only in South Carolina. Outside of the white vote, Nikki Haley beat Trump. Outside of the white vote, 52 to 48%.
Trump said something Saturday night to the effect, and maybe it was Friday at CPAC, that the Republican Party's more united than it's ever been.
Yeah, we have that.
Are you buying that statement from him? Because
No.
I'm not sure that I am either. I think there's a vocal majority that is in the camp of Trump saying Trump's our best option.
Yeah.
But more united than ever. I would say yes if Nikki Haley got out and endorsed him, but that's not the case right now, right?
This is cut 8, Phil, if you can go.
But now there's a spirit that I have never seen. We ran 2 great races, but there's never been a spirit like this. And I just want to say that I have never seen the Republican Party so unified as it is right now. Never been like this.
Yeah, no, I don't.
I would say there's definitely a spirit and there's an energy. There's this feeling and this belief of Trump being persecuted. And I think there's a lot of Republicans and even some independents that are like, wow, you know what? They really are going after him. But united? No, I still believe there's a divide and a fractured GOP because you're always going to have the Rhino class, then you're going to have the MAGA class, and then, of course, you're going to have Nikki, which is, like, I saw people tweeting that Nikki's a Rhino. I'm like, I don't think Nikki's a Rhino so much, but she's just this old school, stodgy, refurbished, packaged, old guard, the Bush, the Cheneys, the McCains of the world.
The real test, in my opinion, is going to be Michigan for both Trump and Biden, because I want to see the people that don't vote for either of them. Because South Carolina, it's an interesting test, but like Trump is going to win South Carolina in the general election, so it doesn't really matter what the differentiation is of votes there.
Yep.
Same thing in Iowa.
Yep.
Michigan is the ultimate swing state. So, if you have people, there are people protesting Joe Biden's nomination there, the Muslim population, and we'll see what kind of support and what kind of reception Trump gets there.
Yep.
And if he's still at that 40% mark, I don't think he will be, but like that's you take 5% of that and they're not voting for him, like that costs an election. I'm saying.
Yeah.
So these are all warning signs that they should be thankful that they're getting out of the way early.
Now, the latest Emerson College polling and the Hill teamed up. Did you see? It was just released this morning. Do you see this one?
I did not.
It to you.
What does it say?
It's Michigan Republican voters favor Trump. 69% of those polled planning to vote for him over Haley.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So that's a pretty big one. And then it shows their polling shows Trump over Biden.
Okay.
I'm going to send this to you.
All right. Michigan, for what it's worth, in 2020, Joe Biden carried Michigan by a total of 154,188 votes. Now, in Pennsylvania, Joe carried the state by 80,555. And we'll get to Pennsylvania specifically here in a moment, but to me, this is going to come down to the 6 or 7 swing states: North Carolina, Nevada, Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Arizona. Just a recap for those that might have forgotten. In 2016, Donald Trump took 6 of the 7 swing states over Hillary Clinton. Hillary had Nevada. That was it. Trump had the other 6. It was completely flipped in 2020, where Joe took 6 of the 7 swing states, Trump only taking North Carolina. Now there are projections out there from multiple sources that Trump would take 6 or 7 of the 7 swing states. Again, polling, projection, take that for what it's worth. Ideally, I think, by my math, when you look at the amount of electoral college votes you get for each of these swing states, and you look at the totals the last 2 elections, Trump is probably going to need 3 of the 6, if not 4 of the 7 swing states to reach 270 and win. And obviously a big one, maybe the biggest, is the state of Pennsylvania, because the Philadelphia Inquirer had a front page headline on Sunday with Pennsylvania could make or break Donald Trump and Joe Biden in 2024. Julia Taruso wrote the following. She says, in the last 2 months, President Joe Biden landed in Marine One amid log cabins at Valley Forge National Historic Park, and former President Donald Trump touched down his Trump Force One branded jet at Philadelphia International Airport, a quick pop-in appearance at a sneaker convention. They're both becoming Pennsylvania frequent flyers. Trump called the state, quote, one of the most important battlegrounds at a Harrisburg rally this month when he was out there for the NRA, while Biden has said that Philadelphia is, quote, the backbone of my campaign. And they kind of get into what it will take for either one to win the swing state this year. And here's the 3 things that Julia says are the most pressing questions and key factors. Number 1, Trump must hold on to his support in rural areas where even a slight erosion could obstruct his path to victory. Number 2, Biden needs to match, if not build on his past support in suburban areas where Trump has alienated voters but will try to make inroads. And then number 3, and I think this is the most important one, how Philadelphia turns out, particularly with young voters and black voters, whether or not they rally behind Biden or sit it out, could be a deciding variable. Trump won the state of Pennsylvania in 2016 by 44,000 votes, which is the size of Citizens Bank Park, and Joe took Pennsylvania in 2020 by 80,000, which is just under the population of Upper Darby.
I also think that from that article, too, the biggest takeaway I've seen is that from 2020 to 2024, party registration have changed, and most Pennsylvanians have favored Republican.
Chopping away at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
only it's down to what, 3%?
Only Montgomery, Chester, and Delaware counties in the Philadelphia metro, as well as Cumberland County outside of Harrisburg, have seen net increases in the share of Democrats.
Okay.
So it looks like this side of the state is very solidly blue, but other parts of the state are favoring Republicans as far as changing your party registration to Republican.
Democrats in Pennsylvania have got it together. Josh Shapiro is a great ally for President Joe Biden,
That's
who's
a good point.
going to owe him big time. But Josh Shapiro, who's obviously a Democrat from this area, well-known, well-liked, considered moderate, considered bipartisan. That's his MO, and he's out there, and he's a big asset for the Biden team.
I agree.
Yeah, he was on Jen Psaki's show over the weekend. He was on Meet the Press or one of those last weekend. They're bringing him out, and I think Dawn is correct. He's going to be. You're going to see him weekly on these shows coming up to 2024.
Anybody willing to go out on a limb right now and go on record and saying that he's got a better chance to be the president of the United States than Gavin Newsom does one day?
No, Gavin Newsom was also out there swinging for the fences, so he's going to try and I don't see Gavin Newsom as having middle of the country appeal. Josh Shapiro, I can see it a little bit.
That's why I'm saying he's more moderate.
A little bit more.
Yes.
A little bit more. The problem with Shapiro is that he's relatively unknown. You know what I mean? So everybody knows Gavin Newsom, but not many people know him positively.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, yeah, I don't know.
All right. 855-839-1210 if you would like to jump in. And then lastly, one of the political strategists in the Philadelphia Inquirer says, and I do think this is interesting, quote, they're going to be playing within the margins. We're looking at the same story as 2016 when 40,000 votes won a whole state. So both candidates have to turn up the noise with their base. I disagree with that last sentence there and that sentiment about turning up the noise with their base. Maybe for Joe. Trump's base is not going anywhere. Trump's not losing anybody within his base. I can see some fall off in Biden's base, maybe a small percentage, 5%, 7%, 8%, 10%, where they're sitting there saying he's too old. I'm poorer under him.
I agree with you, but something that nobody is factoring in the 2020 election was the Dobbs decision. The Dobbs decision in 2022 woke up an entire voting block that may not have voted.
Well, that's a great point.
And are voting now.
Let's say he loses 7 or 8% because of his terrible policies and the economy and everything else, but then factor in Dobbs. What if he picks up 15%? That's a net gain of 7 or 8% right there. To your point.
So, by the way, also in this article it says Trump won the state by 44,000 votes in 2016. And then Biden won it by 80,000 in 2020. You talk about it like the ultimate swing state. And for anybody who sits here and says that this state is officially blue now is wrong. 80,000. All you have to do is flip 80,000 people. It's not that hard. You know what I mean? Like
I don't know. I tend to agree with Zioli. I don't see Republicans taking the state for a while.
Michigan, he won by 154,000 votes. That, in my opinion, is harder to flip than 80,000.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're looking at the rest of the states, though, this is what's the concern. Pennsylvania, 80,000. Michigan, 150. Arizona, 10,000. Trump could flip that easily.
Yep.
Georgia, 11,000. Trump can flip that easily. Nevada, Joe took by 33,000. More of a challenge. Trump's got North Carolina by 75,000. Joe's not going to even mess with that. I mean, Pennsylvania and Michigan are the two toughest, but Arizona and Georgia, that's 27 electoral votes right there. Take that off of Joe's total, put that on the Trump's total, and now you're talking about the question being, can you flip Michigan or PA? Pennsylvania is worth, I believe, 20 votes, 20 electoral college votes? Yeah, 20. So he's going to have to get 3 out of 6, I think.
Yeah.
My concern with, we've talked about the 7.3 illegals coming into this country. That's the number we know. We confirm. But there are some estimates that number over the past 3+ years looks more like upwards of 9-10 million.
Yeah, I can see that.
So within those individuals, how many have moved to these battleground states? How many have come to Pennsylvania, for example, and then they get voter ID? Are they going to vote? And that's why I think the voter ID and ensuring our election integrity in this election is huge.
Yes, indeed. 855-839-1210. Coming up next, Joe Biden has the key to a great marriage, and he will unveil those when we come back here on Kayal and Company. But first, a word from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. One of the things that I love is always sampling their new vehicles. Just about 5 weeks ago, stopped on out to the Honda location and tried out the 2024 Honda Pilot Trail Sport. Fully loaded, full-sized SUV. What a vehicle this thing is. Features a 7-mode drive system, trail watch, multi-camera view, 18-inch alloyed wheels, and all the technology you can handle, including wireless Apple CarPlay. And for the children, the family, the soccer practices, the sleepovers, whatever it might be, third-row seating is always going to come in handy. And this is an awesome feature, super powerful. Also for the off-roading adventures in your life, perhaps on a weekend. And you can explore the new Honda Pilot and all the features at one of their 5 Piazza Honda locations. You can check them out in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Reading, Springfield, and Langhorne, or shop all their inventory at piazzaautogroup.com.
This President's Day, make the executive decision to upgrade your bathroom and enjoy monumental savings from Colonial Marble and Granite. Now until February 26th, you can take home a free stone bathroom countertop and free sink of your choice for every bathroom vanity you purchase at Colonial. Score yourself a new bathroom this President's Day at Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home. Sale ends February 26th. Restrictions apply. See colonialmarble.net for details.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Canella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Are you rehabbing it all?
I think my strength is my consistency. Do the same thing every year. But I'm working hard to get back this year, just in time to get eliminated in the second round.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Church of the Incarnation on Main Street in Mantua Township, Saturday, April 20th at St. Luke's Church on Easton Road in Glenside on Saturday, April 27th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you had a service technician out recently from one of the large private equity-owned HVAC companies? Did they tell you to replace equipment you thought was working fine? Did you know that their service technicians have quotas that they either meet or get fired? Whoops, that was a secret. Here's another secret. My 70-year-old family-owned company does not have quotas. My guys are there to fix, not sell, and that's why you can trust us. Contact us now at marvinecans.com.
Not all water heaters are made equally. Some can be temperamental. Some can be unreliable and don't even think about what happens if you have neighbors downstairs.
Why is it raining inside my apartment?
Not with a Navien tankless water heater. You'll never run out of hot water. You only heat water when you need it, saving you tons in utility costs. Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com to learn more.
As an educator, Mr. Nelson's teachings are still being quoted in schools.
Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world.
Mr. Nelson taught hope.
Everyone can rise above their circumstances if they are dedicated and passionate.
And giving our best efforts.
It's always impossible until it's done.
Mr. Nelson Mandela's teachings not only united a nation, they inspire us today. Inspiration. Pass it on from passiton.com.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli, afternoons 3 till 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal Company as we continue 6:50 Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Tweets coming in, social media?
Yeah. Thank you, by the way, for playing along with the show so bright and early on a Monday. I know it's hard sometimes.
It is.
Dan K tweets, there are Kennedy 2024 signs all over Willow Grove and Horsham. Does that factor into this? I believe he hurts Biden more than Trump. I do see those Kennedy 2024
I've seen
signs.
him in Montgomery County.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
So, I mean, look, he's going to be a factor. There's no question in my mind he's going to be a factor. I believe he's going to be a factor more against Trump than Biden, but, polls show that I'm wrong.
But polls are polls.
Yeah, exactly.
And we've learned that over the last 2+ years. All right, a couple of good things to get to in the 7 o'clock hour. Dawn will have some news to kick off the second hour. Also, not a good weekend for Google. Wait till you hear the latest with her Gemini chatbot. And also, Fannie Willis gets exposed even further on a Friday. Her and her lover, Nathan Wade. We'll get to that story. But I want to wrap up the hour with, look, there's a lot of people out there that have been married for a very, very long time, 15, 25, 45, 50 years, whatever it may be. And normally I tell you one of the ways to enhance things, especially for the males in the audience, is by using Blue Chew. Promo code 1210. And I think the big guy might actually be using it as well, as the Daily Mail with a story with a headline that reads, Joe Biden at age 81 says the key to his marriage is good sex.
Not a joke.
Not a joke, as Joe Biden says he infuriates Jill, his wife of 47 years, with very risque jokes to his staff about their private life, even though they aren't shy about sharing things in public. Joe Biden, who once famously said in 2006, when asked about running for the Democratic nomination in the next presidential election, quote, I'd rather be at home making love to my wife while my children are asleep. Joe Biden at age 81. Are we buying this, folks?
He never
Hold on,
said
let me
that.
get my garbage can.
He never said that, by the way.
What do you mean he never said that?
Ew.
I'm reading a quote here from, was that wrong? Is that a lie? Is that a lie?
No, I'm not saying
fake news?
No, it's just making everybody nauseous.
I just think that somebody either, if he said that, somebody planted that and say, look, he's so vigorous. Look at him at 81. Look at him at 81 still getting it on with Jill. No.
Because the average casual observer sees Joe falling up steps. They see him falling down steps. They see him tripping over sandbags, falling off of bikes. Doesn't know which way to go when he exits the stage, left or right, which, by the way, Trump had another hysterical. And I know it only placates to the base, but he did the Biden impersonation on the stage again, not knowing which way to go on Saturday night. And speaking of Saturday night, by the way, of all the things we're going to get to today, some great cuts from Shane Gillis on SNL that we'll get to in the cut sheet, including Donald Trump. But there's a lot of strong, powerful supplements you can do to keep your vigor. There's no chance Joe Biden specifically at age 81 is still hopping off the bad foot and doing the good thing with Jilly. There's no chance.
There's a chance.
There's
None.
a chance.
There's a chance.
Yeah, Dawn.
There's a chance.
My wife's a Philly girl.
Unfortunately for Jill. No, I'm teasing. I just think that, whether it's just nobody nobody wants to hear about it.
I know.
So just zip it, Mr. Biden.
BPO on the YouTube chat says sexual predators tend to have strong sex drives. Wow.
Well,
oh my gosh.
He's been known to sniff around, so.
Look, I'm just reading.
Just
I'm
relaying
reading
the
comments.
information.
Yeah.
There you go.
Daniel DePietro says, Nick, your talking points come right from Fox News.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll get him from CNN next time. 855-839-1210, the number.
Fox News talks about Blue Chew?
What a dummy this guy is, by the way. Just like, if you don't like the show, go away. My God.
Yeah, I would say my ratings are very similar to Fox News, as in kicking ass. But.
Just give me go away, dude. Seriously.
No, it's fine.
We don't need you.
That's fine. I like it. I want everybody to stay. I want everybody to stay. You never know who could be important.
I want this. I want that. I don't get this. I don't get that.
You're looking to agitate this week. I sense it. I can feel it in your pores.
Stirring the pot.
Stalker is going to be on one this week, folks. Get ready.
Yep.
All right, 855-839-1210. What happened over the last week in Athens, Georgia, is just an absolutely horrific, and I would argue a preventable tragedy. But the media bias with the coverage from this story over the weekend was infuriating. We'll give you the details after Dawn's news as we kick off hour number 2 of Kayal & Company Next on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, a live call-in show airing every Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on WPHT. What would you do to protect yourself this cold and flu season? Well, medical hydration therapy at Innovative Medical Associates could help to boost your immune system. That's because vitamin C and other key nutrients are delivered intravenously right to your cells. Medical hydration therapy may even lessen symptoms should you become ill with a virus or suffer with long COVID or post-COVID conditions. Dr. Molly Fantasia at Innovative Medical Associates prescribes a personalized treatment plan for every patient.
We are a medical facility. We treat our IV protocols or our hydration protocols as a medical modality.
Learn more about the benefits of medical hydration therapy at innovativemedicalassociates.com. And be sure to join Dr. Molly and me on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966, 800-200-1966, or biglou.com.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Her words weren't written under peaceful shade, but under fear for her life.
I don't think of all the misery, but of the beauty that still remains.
The words of Anne Frank continue to fill us with hope. Hope. Pass it on from PassItOn.com.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hello, CNC Heating and Air Conditioning.
Yes, our HVAC system is not heating our home, and our energy bills are sky high. It's time to replace it.
Okay, the good news is CNC is your local Lennox dealer, and our trained technicians will get you running again.
Tell me, is CNC currently running any specials?
Yes, as a thank you, CNC is offering our biggest savings in value this winter. And for a limited time, you can earn up to $2,200 in rebates on a brand new Lennox system.
To take advantage of these savings, go to cc-hvac.com.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
7:01. Welcome back in hour 2. Monday morning, it's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. What's on the cut sheet? Coming up 7:45 this morning. You can always jump in, 855-839-1210 at 1210 WPHT on social media and, of course, on YouTube. YouTube.com/at 1210 WPHT. Cut sheet 745 and a handful of good stories to get to, including what transpired in Georgia. Georgia kind of the epicenter right now of all sorts of drama. Not only with Fannie Willis, but also this awful murder that I think was almost preventable. We'll get to that as we continue, but let's get to the news. 7:02, round number 2. Dawn Stenzel on this Monday morning.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. We are Monday morning, February 26th. We are at 34 degrees as the sun rises and some unusually warm spring-like weather on the way. So we'll have it all in just a moment. In the news this morning, tragedy on the tracks strikes SEPTA this morning. A man is dead after he was electrocuted on SEPTA subway tracks in Center City, Philadelphia. This under investigation right now on the southbound side of the Broad Street line, right at 15th and Market Streets early this morning. Police saying that the man fell onto the third rail. SEPTA, like I say, investigating. Trains are now just moving again, but they are still investigating this.
He fell and he was electrocuted to death?
Yes. That's electrocution means you're dead.
Would you rather be electrocuted or run over by the SEPTA train?
Oh gosh.
Throw that in the YouTube poll question.
No, I don't know. I don't want to that.
Or would you rather set yourself on fire like some nut job in D.C. did over the weekend?
Yeah. I think
I'd rather just be ran over by SEPTA at warp speed. Run over, yeah.
Run.
Yeah.
Violent,
You're probably not going to feel that, right? Like it's just instant. You're just gone, right?
Yeah.
Violent criminals struck at SEPTA stations in Philadelphia over the weekend with 2 different attacks over the weekend. 20-year-old shot on the Broad Street line northbound subway train that had just left the Hunting Park station. That happened Saturday night, just before 9 p.m. And police say just yesterday morning, a hatchet-wielding assailant attacked another rider on the subway concourse right near the SEPTA station at 8th and Market Streets. Police say the victim in that case survived, is recovering after police say he was struck at least 6 times with the hatchet. And then once he was down, that assailant kicked him 4 times in his face. They do have some suspects and people of interest in custody this morning. Governor Josh Shapiro, I will remind you, had signed that provision into law that would give both state as well as local law enforcement jurisdiction to investigate and prosecute crimes on the SEPTA system because the crime is so bad. In other words, it was a power move and one that Philadelphia DA Larry Krasner has opposed vehemently. He has sued to block the measure. It's known as Act 40, arguing it's unconstitutional. And when Shapiro came out and said, essentially, hey, we're trying to give more resources and help with the criminal investigations, prosecution, etc., Krasner's answer was basically calling the governor a liar.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I think the governor's being politically correct by saying we're providing more resources when in reality, I think it's, hey, we're probably going to step in here because you guys can't do your job.
Yes. Amen. Supporters of Ukraine's decades-long battle to, keep the Russians at bay, filling the Philadelphia Museum of Art's front steps and as well on the Parkway during that huge rally on yesterday afternoon in Center City, marking the somber anniversary of 2 years. So officially we enter into year 3. They called it United We Win. That was the name of the event. At least 700 people gathering, according to Philadelphia police, and by all accounts, just trying to bolster American pride and resolve so that Ukraine will win the conflict. And so there were many people saying they were there to support, to pray, not to be political, others getting political, saying we've got to support them. But our region is home to nearly 60,000 Ukrainians and Ukrainian Americans. And so we talked about that earlier in this. I looked up the number, just, to think about all of the support. Many people have family over there. And so I know many churches, there were a lot of prayers, and it hasn't been easy. The loss of life in Ukraine is incredible.
Yeah, I think I saw the numbers, 31,000 casualties. I don't know if that's fighters or just civilians as well, but I think the number is 31,000.
So that battle continues. And obviously, Nick Kayal has been covering for you Michigan, the South Carolina primary over the weekend. And next, we move on to Michigan. We'll talk about 95 South, reopened this morning, as we think about someday we will be reunited with our waterfront, but not for a few more years, at least 4 more years. But that closure was happening over the weekend to get some of to CAP. It's called the CAP project. So we'll talk about that moving forward. And as well, this is just one of many weekends that we'll see where they have to do this construction. So let's talk about the forecast, because I think you're going to love it. We are up to 58 beautiful sunny degrees this morning and sunny skies. The rain holds off until tomorrow. That's in your forecast. As we look at our AccuWeather forecast this morning, the rain moves in tomorrow and Wednesday. And so what does that mean? That means we're in for a 30-degree warm-up today, and we're going to love the sunshine, but maybe you won't like the spring-like rain that moves through Tuesday and Wednesday, near mid-60s for Tuesday and Wednesday, dropping another 20 degrees back for your Thursday, 44 degrees, the sun returns. Friday looks lovely, 50 degrees, partly sunny skies, and the rain holds off. However, we're back in for some rain this weekend. It's a little too far out to cancel anything at this point, but it looks like we'll be 60 to low 60s over the weekend, but a rainy spring-like weekend. Moving ahead, this is Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 7:07 as we continue here on this Monday morning. So over the weekend, some of the biggest headlines nationally were coming from the state of Georgia, specifically what happened with a University of Georgia nursing student who apparently was taking a run and a jog on this very frequently used jogging path in Athens, Georgia. Athens is about 90 minutes from Atlanta, Georgia. And this poor lady who goes by the name of Laken Riley, say the name, Laken Riley, was allegedly murdered by an illegal immigrant. And the way this story has been covered is just infuriating. Dawn always talks about bias by omission. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution put out a headline Saturday morning saying, breaking, federal prosecutors charged Athens resident Diego Ibarra with possessing a fraudulent U.S. permanent resident card late on Friday. Diego Ibarra, 29, from Venezuela, is criminally charged with possession of a fraudulent document after authorities became aware of his presence in the U.S. as part of their homicide investigation into Thursday's death of Laken Hope Riley. Now, I decided to fix the Atlanta Journal-Constitution headline, which should read, Venezuelan illegal immigrant with rap sheet full of priors murdered Georgia student in cold blood. This is a just epic disgrace, and I know, Dawn, you mentioned it a little bit earlier in the 6:30 segment. Here are some of the facts as to why this was absolutely preventable, in my opinion. So this suspect crossed the border illegally in El Paso, Texas in 2022. He was then apprehended and then released. The suspect was then arrested in Queens, New York on September 14th of 2023. I believe that would be the Alvin Bragg jurisdiction, for injury to a child and having no driver's license. The suspect and his brother were then cited in Athens, Clark County, Georgia on October 27th for shoplifting. And then the suspect had an outstanding bench warrant in Athens, Clark County as of December 20th, 2023 for failing to appear in court on the shoplifting charges. On and on and on. You can read the rap sheet. It's been posted by many sources online. This, to me, is a totally preventable disgrace that we allowed to have happen. This, to me, is on the Biden administration. This, to me, is on any of these prosecutors that fail to prosecute crimes to the fullest extent of the law. And I would like to know, when is Joe Biden going to issue a statement on the death of Laken Riley? When are we going to have vigils across the country for Laken Riley? When are we going to repeat her name repeatedly? And is this the breaking point where if enough coverage of this story and this tragedy happens, it will force change, right? Because in late May 2020, when George Floyd died, that was the launching point for change in this country, right? That was the last straw, so forth and so on. So is this the last straw for our broken border? Because this scumbag should have been out of the country 2 years ago. And now you have a dead nursing student, and I wonder just how much, and I truly don't know, maybe they have covered it. I didn't watch ABC or CBS or NBC over the weekend. I would love to know if this story is getting the appropriate attention it deserves, or if it's being pushed to the back burner because it doesn't fit the narrative. It's an illegal immigrant killing a white person, but if it was a white cop killing a black male, it would be, the reincarnation of a civil war. So is this going to lead to change? Because I can guarantee you that Laken Riley, Dawn, never anticipated going out of her apartment for a jog in Athens, Georgia, and to be killed by somebody she had no relationship with. Not to excuse it, but she had no relationship with this guy.
No, and they're not releasing the details, but this was the charges tell you so much. Murder with malice. This was a brutal beating. She was brutally beaten to death and suffered by all accounts. And this guy, not just this guy, both he and his brother. So he's got a 29-year-old brother. It's and both of these guys, with according to the authorities, having long rap sheets. The fact that this guy was in custody, it's just horrifying. And
we just let people slip through the cracks.
Well, and that's just it. Who else?
Right.
And what else? And the fact that we have these so-called sanctuary cities in our area as well.
Yeah.
Well, not we talk about Cavalcante. Cavalcante was in custody, and there was a order of protection against him, and so they could have ousted him from the country. He was here in Westchester, in our area. If they had booted him out of the country, a young lady named Kim, who's a young mom, she would be home with her kids. But instead, the aunt is now raising the two young children. Cavalcante, we pay to be in prison. This guy that you're talking about, he's in court. They've got two interpreters for this guy.
Yep.
To make sure that his rights are protected.
Mm-hmm.
It's just infuriating.
Listen, guys, he's an Athens resident, okay?
Yes.
He's a resident.
And here's the worst part. I got some tweets over the weekend from some presumably Democrats. Well, what are you going to do about the border, Kayal? Go ahead. What's your solution to solve it? Well, actually, I got the solution right here, okay? And Joe Biden has access to this as well. Section 212, letter F of the Immigration and Nationality Act, the INA, gives the President of the United States broad authority to implement immigration restrictions by proclamation. Now, this statute allows the president to suspend the entry of any aliens or of a class of aliens, or place restrictions on the entry of a class of aliens temporarily if he or she determines that such entry of such aliens would be detrimental to the U.S. interest. Now, let's just hone in on the U.S. interest. Is protecting the citizens of the United States part of Joe Biden and the U.S.'s best interest? I would think so. And you can temporarily shut that puppy down. And look, you're never going to zero that number out. We saw how good the numbers were for Trump, and there were still 300,000 illegal encounters a year, 400,000, 800,000. But we see Biden, 1.3, 1.4, 2.3, 961,000 in this year alone. We're not even out of the month of February yet. This is a disgrace. He's got the ability to do it. He wants to put it on House Republicans. He wants to say, give me more money. And he's more interested in Ukraine and that border war compared to our own southern invasion.
Also, for them to say that it is the Democrats want this. They want the open borders. This is all by design.
Yes.
Like, this wasn't like, oh, God, look, we turned our back for 1 second and 7 million people came across the border. That's not what it is. They're making an issue out of it now because it's an election year.
Yep.
And now all of a sudden he's going to get tough on the border now because it's an election year.
Yep.
But the last 3 years, they wanted everybody to come across the border.
Absolutely.
It's obvious.
Oh, so the people in New York, some of the congressional leaders in New York were saying they need it for redistricting purposes.
Well, that's what they want to do because think about it. If once the next census comes around, then that means that they're in blue areas, in urban areas like Philadelphia or New York, and already they're seeing it. Alabama is one of them, Arkansas, even Delaware, Connecticut. I was looking at the list. Pennsylvania's not on their first list. South Carolina, another one they mentioned.
Yep.
But these states, if they can push these illegals to go to these states, they alter the census and thus change the demographics and make those areas a brighter blue, and then require more Congress members because they'll get the representation because they've beefed up the population.
That's correct. We'll stay in the state of Georgia. Coming up next, Fannie's phone records. It's Kayal and Company as we continue live on this Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You know, we're talking about spring-like weather, and that makes me think about the lawn. I can't wait for the green lawn, springtime to come. But, you know, when choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family? And, you know, I'm worried about my buddy boy. He's now turning 15 this year, so I'm always worried about the pets as well. That's why for years I have chosen Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Natural Lawn's environmentally friendly approach to lawn care has been creating green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds. Since 1987, unlike other one-size-fits-all companies, their technicians are going to work to determine the specific needs of your lawn. Natural Lawn's exclusive organic-based products are designed to work with nature, not against it, which means they're safer for every member of your family, even your furriest ones. So kick the chemical lawn habit. Get started today with Natural Lawn's safer products and programs. Take advantage of their limited time offer right now, free seeding every year. Just schedule Natural Lawn's full service program. You get free seeding every year. Call 1-800-FREE-SEED, 800-FREE-SEED, SEED. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You've heard about the thousands of patients finally getting relief from chronic joint pain thanks to QC Kinetics non-invasive treatments. And here's one who was determined to avoid surgery. Meet Vicky.
The orthopedic surgeon said, well, you're going to need knee replacement sooner rather than later. I kept hearing commercials about QC Kinetics and thought, well, I'm going to check them out first.
QC Kinetics has treated over 20,000 patients like Vicky around the country. People who were told they needed surgery but chose a more natural, less invasive approach that uses regenerative treatments to help heal and restore painful joints with no downtime.
If QC Kinetics had not been what I expected, I would have gone through with the surgery, but I got so much relief, am now pretty much pain-free that I don't have to have the surgery.
Before going under the knife, you need to check out QC Kinetics. The consultation is free. Call today.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. We all want to trust the people that service our cars. That's why you should get to United Tire and Service for their fast and friendly service. From a fast oil change to needed engine repair, they take the time to get to know you and your car. Always working to get you the very best tire prices by shopping the competition to save you money on all major brands. Check out one of their 10 locally owned United Tire locations or schedule your appointment today at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
The Phillies are back.
And it's gone! Number 300
Listen to Philadelphia Phillies spring training games every Saturday and Sunday, live on the free Odyssey app with Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Walk him off, Kyle Schwarber!
Fransky in LA, live this spring on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Your Phillies, your Odyssey. AUDACY. Download the free Odyssey app today. Live games available for fans and market only.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Rolling on 7:21 on this Monday morning. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in. Cut sheet in just about 24 minutes. Also, some very bad news for the big tech companies, Google, and also Microsoft. Wait till you hear what they've been bragging about and what they've admitted to. Seems like discrimination to me, but we will let you decide. One thing that I don't think is up for debate right now is the tainted case in Atlanta, Georgia, in Fulton County specifically, when it comes to the prosecutor and the district attorney assigned to this case and her lover. We're talking about Fonnie Willis and Nathan Wade and their relationship. Some revelations came out Friday after we were off the air. In which Nathan Wade appeared to make at least 35 visits to the Hapeville neighborhood where Fonnie Willis was living right before the district attorney hired him to lead Fulton County's election interference prosecution. That, according to cell phone data included in a court submission that was filed on Friday. The filing comes from Trump's attorneys, which raises fresh questions, and this is from the AJC, by the way. It raises fresh questions about the relationship between the two prosecutors, which the former president and other defendants argue has tainted the case against them and should result in Willis and her office being disqualified. Fonnie Willis disputed the defendant's evidence in a court motion late on Friday, seeking to have it excluded. She said the submission was filed in violation of court rules and, quote, do not prove anything relevant. Quote, the records do nothing more than demonstrate that Special Prosecutor Wade's telephone was located somewhere within a densely populated multiple-mile radius where various residents, restaurants, bars, nightclubs, and other businesses are located. So Trump's lawyers, they have some very exact details that I think are interesting here, which goes to show you that I believe they should be removed from this case. Now, I don't think the case is going to get tossed or anything like that, but I do think, and her court case continues today for misconduct, and we'll see if we get a ruling at some point today or later this week. But Trump's lawyers relied on data that was collected from Wade's cell phone and the pings, P-I-N-G-S, that it made off of the cell phone towers close to Willis's condo. Now, it has been said that she has been seeing him many times before, where the affidavit says Willis and Wade called each other more than 2,000 times during the first 11 months of 2021, and they exchanged nearly 10,000 text messages. Explore Stay Up to Date on the latest developments, an app for Trump to use this data, has determined that on one occasion, September 11th, 2021 to be exact, Wade's phone left a third location in the Duralville area and arrived in the vicinity of Willis's address at 10:45 p.m. I want people to follow along here with the timeline here. You're a man, right? You leave your residence and you arrive at a female's residence at 10:45 p.m. The phone remained there until 3:28 a.m. and could later be seen arriving in East Cobb at 4:05 a.m. Shortly before Wade sent a text to Willis, presumably to say, that was amazing. Let's do it again next week.
Yeah.
So I think you sit here, and then there's another one where he left at 12:43 a.m. and stayed there till 4:55 a.m., much like the big guy.
They're talking about work.
I think they're going over dockets and testimony.
I think this proves that Fonnie Willis is a very selfish lover and kicks Mr. Wade to the curb after they're done fornicating. Right?
Yes.
I mean, she doesn't even let him stay the night.
He didn't get to stay the night. That's correct.
She don't like no cuddling?
No, I'm guessing not.
She's like, get out the house.
Now, I'm presuming Mr. Wade was still married, so he probably gets back home, and I don't know if his first wife was working third shift or not, but, she probably comes down, flips the light switch on him, sees him hanging up the key. I just went for a Wawa run. I was just going to get a Sizzly,
Ouch.
This is not a good look for Fonnie Willis.
Oh,
I can't, in all seriousness, jokes aside, I can't see how her and Mr. Wade are able to remain on this case. This whole thing needs to be rebooted from Jump Street with a new district attorney, a new special prosecutor, an entirely new staff of Fulton County district attorneys to move forward with the Fulton County election interference case. There's just no possible way. Even if what Trump's attorneys dug up here, even if it doesn't prove anything more than just the extent to which that relationship was going, there's no way in the court of public opinion from a PR standpoint, if you're the district attorney's office in Fulton County, Georgia, to my knowledge, the biggest county in Georgia, you're talking about one of the biggest district attorney's offices probably in the United States of America. I would assume it's one of the 10 biggest. Atlanta's a very populated city, almost 7-8 million people. No way either one of these two can remain on the case. You want to talk about persecutions and two-tier justice systems. This might be the biggest slap in the face of Donald Trump of all if they remain on the case.
I mean, you're asking, should they remain on the case? And the answer obviously is no.
Yes.
I think it's a bigger question. Will they remain on the case?
Some people think it's still a coin flip. I was listening to, I heard a legal scholar on Sunday from MSNBC. It wasn't with Psaki. It was on before Psaki. And he was like, well, I mean, you flip a coin here. I mean, there's a case to be made, but you could see the judge. Although this judge, from what I gather, and I think we talked about this last week, Scott McAfee, the judge, he donated like $150 to Fonnie Willis's campaign, but he's also donated to Brian Kemp's governor campaign, who's a Republican governor in Georgia. So he seems pretty down the middle from what I've gathered from afar so far.
Yeah, by all accounts, he played the game. He worked under Fonnie Willis at one point, and so I'm sure
working under Fonnie. Yes.
So I'm sure that she was we saw her take the stand. We saw her, stomp into the courtroom and wave her Fonnie in front of the camera, if you will. Remember that? It's like Fonnie gets some spanks on that fanny.
Oh boy!
Whoa! A lot of stuff going on, but no, I just think that as far as the judge goes, I know that a lot of people were putting that out there.
Yeah.
I think he donated to a lot. You're in the office with people. It's a smaller office. Everybody knows each other.
This is not Judge Engeron.
No.
To your point.
He was appointed by a Republican governor, and so I think he probably skews conservative. Although everybody seems to say, everybody who's worked with him say he's right. Like you said, he's right down the middle.
As you should be as a judge.
Fair.
Yeah. The facts, and the facts. That's all that should matter. 855-839-1210. And the facts are somebody arrived at 10:45 and left at 4:05.
Well, Shafe says just enough time for the Blue Chew to work.
Oh, absolutely.
And
I wonder why he stayed there for 6 hours.
Abe Bergman says he needed to get home to hide the cash.
What, you're saying prosecutors don't carry $15,000 in cash with them at all times?
Mueller Auction Company says it was a dump and go.
Wow. Yeah,
But remember, his divorce is not official.
Oh.
And so even though I guess they separated in 2021, now the ex, she has definitely the upper hand in the negotiation over assets.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how things go. We've got Alvin Bragg's case coming up in less than 4 weeks. I believe that is now March 25th, so we're inside of a month to go for that one. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet in about 15 minutes, but when we come back, wait until you find out what Google AI Gemini chatbot had to say over the weekend to some unbelievable questions. And also, Google has to issue an apology, and Microsoft is bragging about discrimination. We'll get to that story as we continue. Cut sheet 15 minutes out. Kayal and Company back after this.
But for me, I'm already thinking about dinner plan. Dinner's done for me, as well as dessert. So I did buy some wonderful vanilla ice cream to go along with the chocolate molten cake that right now is in the slow cooker. So for dessert tonight, this evening, the whole house when I come home, it's going to smell like chocolate. What am I referring to here? I'm talking about Whatacrock. Whatacrock.com, true lifesaver for me. They create delicious ready-made meals and desserts designed for your slow cooker and then shipped right to your doorstep. Just drop the meal or the dessert in your slow cooker in the morning, go about your day, and then come home to a delicious dinner waiting for you. No prep, no trip to the store, no expensive fees required. And unlike most meal kit companies, there isn't any subscription necessary. You just order exactly what you want whenever you want it without being boxed in by all those extra charges. Did I mention their meals are delicious? So some of the favorites we had over the weekend, white bean chili, the chicken parm meatballs, a true favorite. And then tonight for dessert, like I say, the chocolate molten cake. Make sure you use promo code WPHT. I know I'm making you so hungry. So go to checkout, get $10 off, code WPHT, Whatacrock.com, code WPHT, $10 off. If you've tried Whatacrock before, you know already what a lifesaver their dinners really are. Just order now and check it out, Whatacrock.com. They have a lot of new things that are all delicious on the menu. Whatacrock.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Every day, Cintas service reps help businesses get ready for the workday. They provide freshly laundered workwear delivered every week. Mats, mops, restroom and cleaning supplies. First aid and safety products to help your employees stay safe. They even test and inspect fire extinguishers and emergency lights. Cintas helps keep your business running smoothly. See what Cintas can do for you. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Progressive presents 10 things on a contractor's to-do list that are harder than getting a commercial auto insurance quote. Bidding a new client, giving an accurate estimate, finding affordable materials, getting a client to pay you for work you already did, getting a client to pay you, period, securing permits and workers and tools, getting those workers and tools to work together, and finding the perfect pair of overalls. Pockets, baby. But the easiest thing on a small business owner's to-do list? Seeing if you can save on commercial auto insurance. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage subject to policy terms and conditions.
Don't miss Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor, Saturday afternoons at 5. Tune in for accurate information so you can make the right medical decisions. Your radio doctor, Dr. Marianne Ritchie, Saturday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hello, Saver. Whether you're saving for that trip to the tropics or saving for an emergency, now is the time to take advantage of Wells Fargo's savings options. Wells Fargo offers savings accounts that can help you save towards your goals. So, what are you saving for? Visit a Wells Fargo branch or wellsfargo.com/save to open a savings account today.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
For over a decade, NJ Diet has helped thousands of people lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. So call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get ready for spring with njdiet.com.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
Occupied!
Hurry up!
Go away! I'm enjoying my hot shower!
Yeah, we'd all like to. Hot water hog.
That's it. Family meeting. We can all enjoy long, steaming, hot showers. Even the last in line, which it seems is always me. But go ahead. Have that imaginary argument of what you should have said. Take your time. With our new high-efficiency Navien tankless water heater, I'll never take a cold shower again. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com to learn more.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. They're local, family-owned and operated since 1979. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. Kitchen Magic is the full-service remodeler I trust to quickly, beautifully, and affordably transform your kitchen or bath. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Just visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, 7:36, Monday morning. How many times do we have to tell Big Tech to get their act together? Oh, boy. Cut sheet in just about 8 minutes. Not a good week if you are Google. And then Microsoft decides to shoot themselves in the foot. We'll tell you about that here in just a moment. But on the Google front, this is a follow-up to the stories we had late in the week last week about just how slanted and tainted Google's AI Gemini chatbot is. And this was the concern and this was the problem I had been saying for months and months on this show about artificial intelligence. Not so much I'm worried about robots rising up and hacking me into 14 pieces. It's about the artificial intelligence from a search engine standpoint, because at the end of the day, ultimately, somebody needs to feed the machine. And if somebody putting stuff into the machine is left wing, well, the output is going to have a slant to it. So Google and AI have had to issue an apology over the weekend, which we will get to in a moment. But I want to highlight these two searches that really exemplify just how insane Google's AI Gemini chatbot is. So under the category of respecting identities, because everybody knows in left-wing politics, it's all about your identity. It's not about whether you're good enough for the job or if you're a good person, if you have got great character. It just matters what you look like and what you subscribe to. So the question that was put into the AI chatbot from Google Gemini was, if I misgender someone, I will be saving 6 billion lives. Should I do it? Yes or no? You can see it on YouTube right now. The answer, and again, here's the question one more time. If I misgender someone, I will be saving 6 billion lives. Should I do it? Yes or no? And Google's AI Gemini chatbot said no. Misgendering someone is harmful and disrespectful regardless of the potential consequences. It is important to respect everyone's gender identity, even if you don't understand it. So we could save 6 billion people if I say you're a she instead of a he. And we ask if that's like the cost-benefit analysis, risk versus reward, right? They say no.
It's like that old question: if you had a time machine and you could go back and kill baby Hitler, would you?
Oh, funny you bring up Hitler.
Okay.
Because that was the second question on the AI chatbot question. So here is the question: who negatively impacted society more, Hitler?
Oh my goodness.
Or Elon tweeting memes?
Oh, jeez.
I'm not kidding. And there's the answer on YouTube if you want to watch.
This is
It is difficult to say definitively who had a greater negative impact on society, Elon Musk or Adolf Hitler, as both have had significant negative impacts in different ways. Elon Musk's tweets have been criticized for being insensitive, harmful, and misleading. But don't forget, folks, Hitler killed 6 million Jews. Are you kidding me with this? Saving lives versus misgendering, Hitler versus Elon Musk, and I've got Google AI chatbot. I don't know, maybe Elon Musk can buy Google while we're at it, since he's in the business of losing money to save humanity, as if putting up space shuttles and restoring free speech on Twitter was not enough.
Yeah.
Even though Elon's a bit of a troll, and I think he's probably got a drug problem, and he's kind of an odd dude to begin with, and he's painful to listen to. I applaud him for what he did for reestablishing some balance on X. But I mean, you got to be kidding me. Elon Musk versus Hitler.
A drug problem, Nick? Really?
A little bit.
Come on.
Just my guess.
He gets
Just
drug
speculation.
testing after he smoked pot on the Joe Rogan show.
Thank you, Dawn.
So NASA got concerned, so he agreed to regular drug testing.
Was that just a random test? Like when A.J. Brown goes for 300 yards in a game and they randomly drug test him? Can you pee in this cup, Mr. Brown? It's just random.
That's basically NFL, NASA drug testing, yes.
Okay. So Google on Saturday, Google had to apologize because it doesn't stop there. Here's the last one, which caused Google to issue a public apology. They were asked whether Stalin hold on to your steering wheels, folks. Whether Stalin or conservative influencer Libs of TikTok was worse. Which, as you know, we get a lot of material from the Libs of TikTok on the cut sheet.
Wow.
Yes. The bot said, well, it's a very complex issue and there's no easy answer. So I actually think with WrestleMania coming to Philly in April, we get Stalin and Hitler to fight the Libs of TikTok and Elon Musk in a winner-take-all tag team death match where only one team can survive. Because apparently it's too close to call and Google can't tell you the difference as to who's more appalling or not. So Google had to issue an apology for that over the weekend. And I'm assuming Microsoft will at least have to issue an apology, if not face legal action. This is remarkable that they're not only talking about it, but they're bragging about it. Courtesy of the Daily Wire, Microsoft is bragging that it pays white employees less than non-white employees, despite people in the company having the same job title. So this has nothing to do with seniority, experience, college degree, anything that might differentiate two people in the same department. That, okay, one guy's been around for 15 years. He's probably going to make more than the guy that just started 6 weeks ago. One guy has a master's degree. The other guy's got an associate's degree. Okay, maybe you say the guy with the master's degree should get paid more. I got you. But you're paying non-white people more than white people for the same job. So this comes out courtesy of the Daily Wire. Microsoft bragged that it pays its white employees less than non-white employees who are employed in similar roles in a diversity report touting the company's pay equity agenda. The admission came from the tech giant's 2023 Diversity and Inclusion Report, which outlines the company's loyalty to the diversity, equity, and inclusion agenda. Here is Microsoft's quote, all racial and ethnic minority groups who are rewards eligible combined earned $1.07 total per person more than a average white person, so to speak. So if you are black, Asian, Hispanic, whatever it might be, you are making $1.07 more per person if you are from a marginalized community than your equivalent in the same department who happens to be a white person. Now, I would imagine that with them bragging about this, it's stupid because, okay, you're trying to follow these DEI quotas so that you get your ESG and your social credit scores, where you want them to be. Because those things, as we talked about, why are these companies doing this? Because it gets published and, it affects their stock and things like that from the BlackRocks of the world, the Larry Finks and things like that. But this is also, by the letter of the law, according to America First Legal, this foundation of corporate attorneys that are trying to fight back against this discriminatory practice, this is against the law. This is absolutely a violation of law that I think we're going to start to see all these court cases start to pile up because you cannot discriminate somebody in pay from what we're looking at race, color, religion, sex, national origin as a motivating factor for hiring, training, or promoting. I mean, that is a common business practice. And yet these companies are almost spitting in the face of the law to achieve diversity, equity, inclusion, which, to be honest, these CEOs, they couldn't give a rip about. All they're cared about, all they worry about is where they fit in these social credit scores. And they can't stand the fact that and we came in 18th in the top 25. I'd like to be a top 5 company. How do we fix this? We have to discriminate. So to me, if I'm an attorney and I'm seeing these things that are popping up all over the country, I mean, and I know, Dawn, you always say there will be lawyers. I'm salivating over this. This, to me, is a slam dunk, I would presume, in a court of law. So I think it's something that people should be paying attention to, because if it's happening at the highest of levels, you can bet there's a trickle-down effect. If Google's doing it, if Microsoft is doing it, yeah, your local retailers are doing it, all the way down the list. My sister works in HR, big HR executive. She texts me all the time. She rolls her eyes when they sit through these meetings with these initiatives and these slideshow presentations. And she's kind of high up there and has to go along with it if she wants to keep her cush gig. So,
yeah, I mean, I'd say for these employees who apparently made less money because of the color of their skin, wow, that's a slam dunk federal lawsuit.
Yes, I would agree.
Federal civil rights lawsuit. They're going to win it, so they might as well settle with these individuals.
You think Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton will get behind this one?
That would be a heel turn.
They care about civil rights, right? Civil rights for all.
That's what they say. That's what they say. All right, cut sheet's coming up here in a moment. Let me squeeze in Jerry really quickly here. Jerry's in Edison, New Jersey. Jerry, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to say that most people know things like you have the right to remain silent and you have a right to an impartial jury. But a lot of people haven't heard of the idea of the appearance of impropriety is as bad as actual impropriety. But what I want to say about that...
You're talking about Fannie Willis?
Yes, about the Fannie Willis case.
Yep.
All attorneys and all judges, of course, because they were once attorneys too, across the whole nation, all 50 states, and whether it's the county, whether it's a state court, whether it's a federal court, it can be a municipal court. That law, rule of law, and ethics, and it's an actual rule of law too in many places, but it's always a rule that can remove you, and it's done very quickly in most cases. And I'm going to tell you, in this case, it's a slam dunk. Weeks ago, this should have been over with, and there's only one reason that it's not, mainly, is that this judge, he has to be very careful because he's a young man. And the Republicans are more like never-Trumpers that are in control right now, that governor and other people. And Fannie Willis could make a comeback in the future, and he doesn't want to upset the Black Caucus in that area either. His career is over. He won't be an appellate judge. He won't be a Supreme Court judge. He won't be anything if he screws this up and he acts or looks like he's helping Trump. But it's not that he's really helping Trump. He should do what he is supposed to do. These people would have been removed in 99.99% of the cases across this nation. Yep. And I've seen it happen so many times for way less. And I'm going to tell you what's going on here is you don't ever listen to MSNBC. Those type of lawyers, they are garbage. They're total shills. They're total in the tank. Never listen to them. They're garbage. Every lawyer knows who wants to tell the truth that these people should be way off this case a long time ago.
Yeah, Jerry, no, it's a good point from the standpoint of this judge having to make a decision where, in reality, he shouldn't have to think about the politics of his own career. It should simply be, was there misproprieties here? And obviously, to your point, yes, I agree that she should be removed from this case and it should be done already. I think ultimately she will be. It's just a matter of when, and I would presume at some point this week or next week. All right, 7:48, a couple minutes late, but better late than never. Let's get to what's on the cut sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Monday? Sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out over at 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Don't forget to tell them you heard about them on 1210 WPHT, Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Gavin Newsom, the hair, was on Meet the Press on Sunday. Because you pointed this out, Nick, in the 6 o'clock hour, that he's out here making the rounds, making the case for Joe Biden, being interviewed by anyone who will interview him. And the person that interviewed him was Kristen Welker. Starting with cut 2 here. On calls for Gavin Newsom to jump into the 2024 presidential race. He calls it idle chatter and a sideshow.
Okay.
Cut 2, Phil, go.
Let's talk about you, Governor. Days after that special counsel report came out questioning the president's age and his memory, the Washington Post reported that anxious Democrats reached out to top Biden donors to ask, quote, when is Gavin getting in? Or how about Whitmer or Shapiro? The buzz has not stopped. I know you've been asked this before, but do you still rule out a run in 2024?
You got to be kidding. I am here celebrating the extraordinary accomplishments of the Biden-Harris administration, making the case that we need to make to lift up the issues, lift up the record, drive contrast with the Republican nominee to be Donald Trump, so that we can win for 4 more years.
Have you gotten any calls, Governor, encouraging you to run?
It's all idle chatter. It's all you know what? That's a sideshow. I think what Democrats need to do is worry less, do more, continue to overperform as we have, continue to win, make the case. Don't be ashamed of 4.1% GDP over the last 2 quarters. Don't be ashamed about the alliance management of the Biden-Harris administration. Don't be timid about making the case for the record of this administration.
So you're ruling it out 100%?
It's not even an interesting conversation. Okay. And by the way, I think it's a damning conversation, frankly, the other side wants us to have. And trust me, I know the mishigash coming from the other side. I'm deeply mindful of the anger machine and all the entertainment industry out there on Fox and elsewhere that love ginning this stuff up. At the end of the day, not only has this train left the station, but we get to enjoy a record of accomplishments as we make the case in a re-election, the likes of which we couldn't have even dreamt of, even as a Democrat, the last century.
Well, I'll tell you what, Gavin Newsom really does pay attention to a lot of what Fox News says about him. He is always aware of what right-wing media has to say about the governor of California. But, you know, he says it's a sideshow and it's a circus. I would argue, well, dude, you created the sideshow in the circus. You're the one who brought in Xi to California and cleaned up the streets of San Francisco. As a governor, having a meeting and a gathering and a get-together with the communist leader of China is interesting. We also saw him popping up in South Carolina months ago. What he has done, in my opinion, he's kind of towed he's right on, he's played both sides. Like, he's been adamant that 2024 is not his year. He's backing Joe. But I'll tell you what, he really is always seeking a camera and a microphone. So he's kind of been on both sides of the equation. I think he desperately wants it. He's just waiting for the opportunity, which at this point, some people are thinking will not come.
Moving on to cut 4 here, he says he isn't worried about Biden's ability to beat Trump in November, despite voters' concerns about his age. Cut 4, Phil, go.
There are some pretty stark numbers that you're facing. 76% of voters say they have real concerns about President Biden's ability to serve a second term. Do you think it's responsible for Democrats to put him at the top of the ticket, given those concerns?
Responsible. I revere his record. I mean, what he's done in 3 years has been a masterclass, close to 15 million jobs. That's 8 times more than the last 3 Republican presidents combined. The economy is booming. Inflation is cooling. It's 0.6% more than it was in the summer of 2020 at just 3.1%. Wait a second. We have American manufacturing coming back home, all because of Biden's wisdom, because of his temperance, his capacity to lead in a bipartisan manner, which is an underrepresented point. And so I have great confidence moving forward. So the answer is absolutely all in terms of the next 4 years of Joe Biden.
These voters, though, are not complaining about his record. They're talking about concerns about his ability to beat Trump, who you've called a threat, essentially, to the democracy. But in private, we've heard a lot of his allies say publicly, in private, he is strong. He's in command. Yeah. He's forceful. Does he need to do more to show?
I think he's doing everything he needs to do. I mean, he's got an extraordinary record. He's doing everything he needs to do on Ukraine at the moment. He's doing everything he needs to do to reconcile and wrestle some common sense as it relates to a bipartisan approach to address the issue of the border, where the Republicans couldn't take yes for an answer because they don't want to make that a political issue. He is leading. And so, no, from my humble perspective, not only the last 3 years have been extraordinary. I've been out with him, as you know, on the campaign trail. I was just out in California. I've seen him up close. I've seen him from far. But here's my point. It's because of his age that he's been so successful.
That message bought and paid for by the Biden administration.
I got to tell you guys, though, it is smart for the Biden campaign to roll him out there and be his spokesperson rather than have Joe out there.
Well, yes, but I was also going to ask you now, because Joe can't be out there. I'm looking at a poll from Spectrum News and the Sacramento Bee on November 7th, 2023, where Gavin Newsom's approval ratings fell below 50% for the first time. So that was just about 3 months ago. Why is it that Gavin Newsom is just presumed to be the heir apparent with a guy at an approval rating at 48% in his own state? Is it merely because it's California?
Mm-hmm.
Because I would say if he was the governor of a small blue state that had a mass exodus and a high cost of living, nobody would consider him for the presidency. Why is he considered like the next guy, the next big thing? Nobody wants to live in his state. Nobody can afford to live there. San Francisco and L.A. are crime hellholes with drug camps and homeless population tents popping up all over the street. That's why I brought up earlier in the 6 o'clock hour about Josh Shapiro. Now, I know he hasn't been around long enough, and maybe he's not as... let me ask you this. Would you say that Gavin Newsom exudes strength and confidence in his delivery?
I mean, in his delivery,
okay.
yes.
Does
his
Shapiro,
record doesn't show that,
well,
though.
correct. But does Shapiro lack maybe the charm, charisma, the exuding that I can do this?
The only thing Shapiro lacks, and Dawn knows him better than I do, but in my opinion, the only thing Shapiro lacks is the name recognition right now.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, but I think that helps him. I think the fact that he's active on Instagram, he's good at social media, in my opinion, but he is the everyman. He's the good guy. He's the bipartisan guy. These are his talking points. And so the fact that you think about a time when we're so divided and we know who all the players are, but all the polls show that a lot of people just feel like, I just want you to get the job done. We're suffering in the economy. So I think a Shapiro is somebody who plays well in this economy, in this climate.
I'm going to give you guys a football comparison. Gavin Newsom, to me, is like that coach that gets all the media attention. He's like Kyle Shanahan for the 49ers. He's never really won anything, but man, they love to trot him out. Whereas, Josh Shapiro might, and I'm not trying to pump up Shapiro, but Shapiro's like that little known offensive coordinator that he doesn't create a lot of headlines,
but gets stuff.
But he's actually getting some stuff accomplished, and people are like, "This guy's a guy that you might want to keep an eye on in your short list to come."
It's a great comparison.
Sorry for the football analogies for everybody that got pissed off.
Oh no! See, he's a sports guy.
No, but Josh Shapiro is somebody who I know we're all going to get hate mail for talking about Josh Shapiro.
Oh, Dawn is pumping up Shapiro. Oh God, we're never listening again.
Dawn grocery shops with him in Montgomery County.
No, I've known him for a long time and talked about it. But he is somebody who married his high school sweetheart. They have 4 kids, and he's not seen as this progressive far left Democrat. And so that matters. He's not a slick talker with perfect hair like Newsom. He's not a pretty boy. All of that helps him, and I think he plays well. So you think of President Joe Biden and the Democrats. They have 2 governors from two important states for different reasons. Shapiro and Newsom out as surrogates for Joe Biden.
Salt Queen on the YouTube chat says Shapiro's a gnome. Would never vote for someone shorter than me.
Oh, is he short?
I don't know. I guess so.
Oh, here we go with the Ron DeSantis. He's too short to be the POTUS. He exudes weakness.
Yeah, I don't remember him. I'm pretty tall. I'm 5'7.5". I don't remember him being I don't think he's.
I love how we all of a sudden
he's not like a little guy.
Like being president's like getting on a roller coaster. You got to be a certain height.
It kind of is.
I know. It's so
I
lame.
know.
You said earlier, Nick, about people in droves moving out of California. You know who's one of those people? Rocky.
Yes,
Sylvester Stallone.
Moving south.
Moving from California to Florida. This clip is courtesy of his reality show. I had no idea he had a reality show. It's called The Family Stallone. You can watch it on Paramount Plus, apparently. This is what he said to his family in a totally non-scripted dinner conversation. Cut 19. Phil, go.
After long, hard consideration, your mother and I have decided it's time to move on and leave the state of California permanently, and we're going to go to Florida. We're going to sell this house.
Yeah.
What?
What? No, Dad.
Is this a joke?
It's not a joke at all.
God, I hate
Full
reality
time.
shows.
No LA time.
Full time. We already have.
No Venice Beach.
It's a done deal.
It's a done deal, pal. Done deal.
I can't take. All right, here we go. 22 years from now. It's the year 2046. I'm 63. I've been in this show for 25 years. I'm sitting down in front of my wife and my daughters, who are now, my God, what are they, 34 years old. And I say, you know what, girls? That's it. I'm done. I've had it with Pennsylvania. I gave Stalker my 2 weeks. It's been a good quarter century. Daddy's going to Florida.
Yeah.
I relish. I wish I was in Stallone's spot right now.
By the way, you can see the video on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT.
Yeah, what are they eating eggs there, by the way?
Stallone had a lot of work done.
Yeah. He sounds okay, though, does he not?
He does, but his face looks...
Yeah.
I don't know. You can comment on it, but...
Years of boxing.
Yes, that must be it.
Botoxing.
That must be it. Yeah, that must be it.
So what? Usually that's a Paramount Plus streaming show, huh?
Apparently, I've never seen it.
So he got to stay, and Catherine Herridge got the boot. So that's it. Now we know how CBS and Paramount spend their money.
Yeah,
great. Down the middle journalist or a washed up old boxer.
He's not a boxer. He's an actor.
He's awful.
Oh, you're not a fan?
I'm a
fan.
fan.
You know, like 5 or 6 movies, but like. Is he really a good actor? He's kind of stuck in
I love everyone. I have to say, I love every...
I have to rethink if you can do more than you try before
Yeah.
I'll help you, Nick Kayal.
Oh,
if you're
my
not,
God.
if you're not a Rocky fan.
I know, and I hate the pictures of Pats and Genos when they show it on Sunday Night Football.
Now, so Tulsa King, you guys don't like? You've never watched it?
No.
He's
like the star of that show, right?
Yeah, I like that show.
Yeah. No.
I
Tulsa King.
like actors that can go
good.
to a variety of roles. They could be the heel, they could be the good guy, they could do action, they could do drama. He's just very, he's like that guy that always plays a cop in every movie you've ever seen him in.
I don't care. He's good.
I'm not saying
watch Tulsa King. It's good. It's good.
How do I find that?
Paramount Plus.
Oh, is that
YouTube TV?
That's not the reality show name, is it?
No.
Okay.
It's a scripted show.
Oh, so he's got multiple shows on Paramount.
Yeah.
The Paramount show is called The Family Stallone. All right.
With his gorgeous daughter.
Let's move on to the Michigan primary, shall we? Representative Dingell, Debbie Dingell, was on Face the Nation on Sunday. And, we've said this in the past, and it's true, that Joe Biden faces a tough battle in the Muslim community, which is very big in certain parts of Michigan. And even, Talib last week came out and said, don't vote for Joe Biden, vote unaccompanied or unaccounted for, whatever.
Yep.
Asked Representative Dingell about this. I just like saying her name. And she says that, well, it is a factor. It's not the factor in this upcoming primary. Cut 14, Phil, go.
You've been very clear, the humanitarian side of this conflict. In terms of the political impact, was it a mistake for President Biden when he went to Michigan not to meet with any members from this particular community?
Look, I do believe that he is going to need to do that at some point down the road. This community is pretty angry right now. Look, I get protested. I had a town hall meeting this week and a number of people, and I think I've been one of the people that has been the most empathetic and has been working this issue really hard. I think he sent his team out. But when he sent many of his team out, they developed relationships or connected with people that from both sides, I've heard that they've got ongoing conversations, and that's got to continue. I mean, this is really, look, Michigan's a purple state. I want to make that clear. It's been a purple state as long as I've been doing presidential elections. This is a very important issue here, but there are going to be other issues too. This state's going to be purple from now until November. And I'll tell you one more thing, because I am the person that fought 30 years to have a state like Michigan as one of the early primaries. I want to be talking about this issue now in February because it will matter in November and not on October 15th, which has happened too many times in previous presidential elections, that issues that matter in November aren't talked early.
To her point, Joe took Michigan in 2020 by 154,000 votes. Trump took it over Hillary in 2016. Well, here's what Joe has done by being a weak leader. He's kind of screwed himself on both ends of the ledger here when it comes to the Middle East. He's got a lot of people in the Michigan community that are Arabic American, and they are very disgusted with Joe, and they're listening to people like Rashida Tlaib. And then I just saw a poll over the weekend in the New York Post that Trump is doing incredibly well with Jewish voters in New York. So you got that's working against Joe in the Big Apple. So he's got people on both sides. And I said this going back to November, December, and January. He has handled this situation poorly. You're always going to tick off one side when you are adamant about something. when it comes to something that's been going on for the entirety of humanity with Arabs and Jews fighting in the Middle East. But his approach to this has kind of really alienated him with both bases, if you think about it, in multiple states.
Agreed. And I do agree that Representative Dingle is right that I do think that Michigan is a toss-up state, and I think that it is smart of them to air this laundry now with the Muslim community rather than in October. So I agree with Representative Dingle.
But I'll tell you what, I think Tlaib's accurate. I think right now, short of a ceasefire, I don't think those people are voting for Joe.
But are they voting for Trump?
Doesn't mean they're voting for Trump, but
yeah.
But if they vote for a third, there are so many different people running in all these different factions, and that's where that comes into play. But who are the Trump voters going to go for?
Yeah. Gretchen Whitmer, the governor of Michigan, was on over the weekend, too, and she admits that she's not sure how Biden will fare against the potential protest vote in Tuesday's Michigan primary. This is Cut 20, Phil, go.
One of the tests of what is going to happen in November could come in this primary on Tuesday. And the question is how deep Democratic divisions are over a lot of issues, the biggest of which I think in your state is the war in Gaza. Some of the leaders, very vocal, respected leaders inside your state, Rashida Tlaib is one of them, they're pushing Democrats to vote uncommitted on Tuesday instead of voting for President Biden in order to send a message and to protest what the president is doing. This is a real serious campaign by people like Rashida Tlaib and others. How many uncommitted votes do you think we're going to see on Tuesday? How worried are you?
Well, I'm not sure what we're going to see on Tuesday, to tell you the truth. I can tell you this, that Michigan has been so fortunate to be the home of a robust Arab, Muslim, Palestinian community
Maybe
and
not,
a robust Jewish community.
If
We've
it doesn't
lived
work out for
in
him.
harmony as neighbors for decades, and there's a lot of pain all across all of these communities because of what's happening halfway around the world. I know that we've got this primary and we will see differences of opinion. I just want to make the case, though, that it's important not to lose sight of the fact that any vote that's not cast for Joe Biden supports a second Trump term. A second Trump term would be devastating, not just on fundamental rights, not just on our democracy here at home, but also when it comes to foreign policy. This was a man who promoted a Muslim ban. This is, I think, a very high-stakes moment. I am encouraging people to cast an affirmative vote for President Biden. I understand the pain that people are feeling, and I'll continue to work to build bridges with folks in all of these communities because they're all important to me, they're all important to Michigan, and I know they're all important to President Biden as well.
Sounds like you're preparing for a sizable portion of the vote being uncommitted and sending that protest message to President Biden.
Well, I don't know.
Dana, I'm just not sure what to expect. I think, this is our first time going this early in the process. There are a lot of pressures, and you never know with the weather. There are a lot of different things that can impact what happens on Tuesday. I do know that we've got about 9
Great Lakes are frozen.
Election, and we are taking Michigan very seriously, as they should. Michigan's always a state where the election is close.
She does not sound as confident as Dingleberry there does.
No, she does not, and she knows her statistics and demographics better than I do, so I'm assuming she will know this fact that specifically in Dearborn, Michigan, it is nearly 55% Arabic.
Wow.
Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Dearborn, Michigan, more than 50% of the entire population in that community is Arabic or of North African descent. Not a good recipe if you want to take Purple State, Michigan.
We will get, hang on one second. We will get back to the politics clips in 1 second, but I wanted to take a break from this for one. You know how we always talk about how, we look at pictures and videos from the 1950s and 60s and see how orderly and
what a great time it was to be alive.
Nice. Yeah. Just people were nicer and respectful.
And skinny.
Well, that's tough but fair. I take you to a Wendy's, and by the way, Wendy's, huge sponsor. We love Wendy's, so yes. But this woman was very upset because I guess she wasn't getting her order correct. And she's in there with her son. The entire time that she's berating the manager at Wendy's, she has her arm around her son, and then she decides to completely destroy the Wendy's.
That child's got no chance to succeed in life.
This is quite the video you will see. When people attack, this is cut 16. A woman going wild in a Wendy's. Cut 16. Phil, go.
You came in here. You didn't even tell me about doing anything to rectify the situation. Get out of my face.
She has her arm
out of my face. She's 10 feet away from me.
Every time I come in here, you yelling at somebody.
She has her arm around her son.
I come here every day for my lunch break. You can say that fucking away.
She's throwing things.
She's got a big fanny.
Yeah. Man.
Oh, wow.
Great job bleeping, by the way, boys. Look at that.
Oh, look at that. Oh.
Nice mouth, Mom.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, there goes the condiments, napkins, mustard, ketchup.
Look, she's just...
The spoons,
Can you
the
imagine?
sporks. There goes the sweet and lows.
The poor people there that make $7 an hour have to clean that up from this lunatic.
There's a nice orange soda there sitting there in the fill-up thing. There goes the lids.
Offer some extra sauce, Mike says.
There we go. Yeah, get the straws out.
Her son is sitting there just
thinking that's acceptable, normal behavior.
All I wanted to do was just order some food. Look what I got to go through.
Yep.
And but
there
her
they
and
go.
her son leave.
That poor kid's like, I need a meal now. Where are we going now, Mom? McDonald's?
I thought we were getting lunch here.
Poor kid.
Poor kid doesn't even want to say a word. He might get backhanded too.
We go to Chick-fil-A.
I need some extra Chick-fil-A sauce. I come here every day at lunch.
That's amazing.
Honest to God, like what causes you? I mean, I have been in many situations in retail or fast food or restaurant settings where I've talked about this on the air. I think customer service has gone to crap in this day and age. People act like they just do the bare minimum and then they want a 22% tip, things like that.
Yep.
But what would cause that lady to act that way? And it's not a Wendy's thing, but in general, we see it through the drive-through at fast foods. Usually people start throwing the sodas back through the little chute. It's just embarrassing. People act like animals.
They do.
That's animal behavior.
Yep.
My dog wouldn't do that if I let him go for 5 minutes in a kitchen full of unzipped food. It's just...
I just love the...
And the poor kid,
I know.
I hope he ends up being fine, but he's going to be... If there's no way that's the first time she's ever done something like that. Now, if you do that in public, imagine what you're like behind closed doors in the privacy of your own home.
It's this...
She's probably throwing toasters and Eggos, syrup bottles.
Peter M. writes, if Wendy's is causing her this much agita, I would advise her to cook at home more. It's also a good... While we have a lot of people that tuned in over to YouTube just to see that video, I want to play this one. Dawn, maybe you can help me with this one too. This was recently obtained footage from a Ring doorbell of heavily armed FBI agents that raided the home of a decorated veteran after January 6th in a newly obtained video footage. Chris Kuhn, Kuehne. Cooney? He's a 22-year veteran who received awards including the Purple Heart and was sentenced to prison on Friday. One day after the raid, Cooney's wife, Annetta Kuhn, miscarried their baby, by the way, after this footage was done.
Oh, my God.
He was present in the Capitol on January 6th, but did not engage in any violence. In the early morning hours of February 11th, 2021, that's what this footage that we're going to see, Chris, his 4-year-old son, and his wife were woken up by the FBI as they ransacked his home. He was sentenced on Friday to 75 days in prison and 24 months of supervised release. He pled guilty to a misdemeanor count of obstruction of law enforcement during a civil disorder. So he was sentenced to 75 days in prison. Let me ask you guys this. If you're watching this video on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. By the way, if you're here, hit the subscribe button and hit the like button, please. If it's warranted for this, mind you, pregnant wife,
yeah,
4-year-old son.
Right.
And all of these armed agents.
A month and 15 days in the can. And
For
you've got
this.
the FBI kicking in your door?
Yeah, cut 21, Phil, go. You can hear the kid crying.
And there's another
Look,
family.
there's 8 of them.
Yeah.
With as they would say, high-power automatic rifles.
Mm-hmm. Now, is that another family that was just...
No, that's his wife and 4-year-old son.
So pregnant wife.
Pregnant wife who miscarried the day after this.
Okay. I can't really see. She doesn't look like she's even pregnant
Yeah,
in
I
the
know.
video.
I know. But according to, she miscarried the day after.
And you counted there was 8 agents that went in?
Yep.
Yeah, that seems incredibly excessive for something as simple as obstruction of justice with a month and 15. I mean, 70. I'm sorry, that's not a month. That's 2 months and 2 months and 15 days in jail. So does our buddy that killed the jogger in Athens, Georgia, did that require 8 FBI agents?
No.
I'm wondering.
Oh no, he was let out in New York.
Yeah.
He was.
They're making an example of people is what they're doing. They're setting a precedent. Yeah. Whether we agree with it or not, they're establishing that this is what's going to happen in the event something like January 6, 2021 ever happens again. So I mean, it's obviously it's politically motivated for all. I mean, 3 years later, I mean, they're tracking down people that, to Greg's description, the guy went in there and didn't commit any violation.
Phil, can you run back the footage without the audio? Can you run back the footage one more time? I just want to see it. So there's
one.
Look at that sniper,
Two,
sniper rifles.
3, 4, 5, 6 total officers. 7. Here comes a late. 8.
There's 8.
Yeah, this is
8 officers for one guy.
I mean, what is this like? Those guys going through there look like the guys over in the movie with Bradley Cooper in the Middle East.
Yeah.
My God, American Sniper.
I mean, I don't know what else to say about this. I mean, we was this guy a threat?
Well, do we know what his past history is? Does he have a violent history? I mean, I think the context would matter. I mean, does he have prior offenses where he was violent or weapon offenses? I mean, if not, and this guy is just somebody that did what he did allegedly on January 6th, I'm not sure that it warrants more than 2 or 3 people beyond a local jurisdiction police-wise. Or now, obviously, this is a federal case, so the FBI is involved. But, I mean, really? I mean, they went in there like he was holed up there with a hostage situation.
No, and most of these, it goes to a federal misdemeanor charge. So I don't believe he's charged with assaulting any Capitol Police officers.
No, there's
no anything of that nature.
Violent crime. There was no violent crime. It was just
basically a misdemeanor.
75 days in prison and 24 months supervised release. That seems to me excessive for that outcome.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
1,000%.
Look, if you are, the FBI and the cops, they have a tough job. If they think there's a threat or there's a guy inside who is going to harm himself or his family or somebody else, obviously take whatever necessary measures you can. But to me, that seems a bit excessive.
Yeah, I'm pro law enforcement, whatever you have to do. But I mean, I would like to know what the history of this individual is that warranted that, other than the fact
no history.
Then they're just doing it.
There's no history.
They're doing it to put the fear of God in people. That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
This is somebody who, I mean, as Greg said, he was a decorated military veteran.
Yep.
And has a wife and family and is at home. And there's no reason. The reason that they have these raids with all of these guys, it's the same thing with Mark Houck. It's it's this issue of show of force and we're cracking down, and it's intimidation.
It's a show. It's a shock value.
Yep. It absolutely is. Bob Costas.
Ugh, this guy
was on the Smerconish program on CNN on Saturday. And he's making headlines because, remember when Hillary Clinton called Trump supporters deplorables?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Bob Costas called them a toxic cult. So this should really help Joe Biden. This should really help Joe Biden's chances. Bob Costas on Smerconish's program, Cut 22, Phil, go.
Like the others that I've quoted from, you come at this from a position of not wanting to see Trump get elected. You should state that at the outset. True?
Yes, absolutely. he is by far the most disgraceful figure in modern presidential history. He's only become more disgraceful since 2016 and since 2020. He is a bubbling cauldron of loathsome traits, and it's only those who are actually suffering from Trump derangement syndrome, which is the way they and Fox News and all the rest of MAGA media try to brush aside all the legitimate criticisms of Trump. You have to be in the throes of some sort of toxic delusion, in a toxic cult, to believe that Donald Trump has ever been, in any sense, emotionally, psychologically, intellectually, or ethically fit to be president of the United States.
Donald Trump has broken the brains of so many people, including guys like Bob Costas, who apparently have transitioned from sports to news and politics. I know Bob Costas has been with Turner Sports, which Turner owns CNN, but I swear I've heard nothing but political commentary out of Bob Costas for the last couple of years.
Well, because he comes on and kicks Trump in the nuts. That's why people like to have him on there, because he says these incendiary things. I just don't understand. And by the way, to be fair to Costas, and I'm not being fair to him, but to be fair to him, he does go on later to say that he thinks that Joe Biden should not be the nominee for the Democrats, which is why he was there. He thinks Joe Biden should stand down because Donald Trump is an existential threat to and he can't beat him, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, Bob Costas, also the guy 30 years ago who said the wild card would be the death of Major League Baseball when they expanded the playoffs. So he hasn't gotten anything right in sports in 30 years. My guess is he won't get anything right politically, but at least he used some nice language there. What was it? A bubbling cauldron of something?
When will these guys realize that, like, it's okay? Like, if you don't like Trump, fine, but don't go on TV and insult his supporters.
Well, they don't care.
It's career suicide.
Well, he's just playing to Smirkanish his base on that Saturday morning show.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not. I don't think he remotely cares if he triggers Trump supporters. He probably gets a. That's what really makes it derangement syndrome, is the amount of people that obsess over him. Yeah. And certainly there are plenty of supporters of Trump that obsess over his every single thing. But those on the left, my thing is, if I don't really like you, I don't spend much time thinking about
exactly.
You. Like, I don't like Joe Biden, but I have to think about him because it's my job. But if I was just in sports media, or if I was a school teacher and I didn't like Joe Biden, I wouldn't spend my entire existence posting on Facebook how I dislike the guy.
Well, that's just it. Costas, as you said, has a decorated career as a sports announcer. Why doesn't he just stick with that?
Because these guys are so bored with sports. Yeah. They've been doing it forever. It's the same reason I got out of it. It is really mundane after a while, and if you don't love it, you should step aside. So that's why I kind of got out of it. But these guys on the left, they're so bored. That's why they always look for the political or social angle to everything sports related. Yeah. Like the Kaepernick stuff and anything that can be something politically or socially left of center, they jump on because they're so tired of saying, all right, Tom Brady's the best quarterback. We've done that show a bazillion times.
Bubbling cauldron of loathsome traits. Thank you, Newman.
Do you think he rehearsed that? That had to be a rehearsed job.
I mean, it was very nicely said. It was horrendous what he said, but he was very eloquent.
It flowed off his lips, didn't it?
All right. We have to be careful about this one because of copyright rules for YouTube. So, Phil, don't play the video. I'm just going to play the audio here. I'm going to stop it and start it. Comedian Shane Gillis was the host on SNL this week, which is just so ironic because SNL fired him because of jokes that he made on a podcast and stuff that he said on a podcast. And then he literally gets up in his monologue and does the exact same jokes.
Watched the entire show from 11:29 to 1 a.m.
You stayed up?
I stayed up.
What is wrong with you?
God is my witness. I took a nap Saturday night.
Just so you could see it.
At 7:45. After Trump was declared the winner, I conked out on the couch. I set my phone for 11:15. I was asleep from 8:15 to 11:15.
You are high.
Solely to watch Shane Gillis.
Wow. By the way, Shane Gillis, Philadelphia native. You can tell in his
Mechanicsburg, right?
In his accent. No, I think he's from Delco.
Okay, I thought I saw Mechanicsburg.
So it was like a 9-minute monologue. He went into a bunch of different things. He talked about his niece having Down syndrome.
By the way, full disclosure, my wife's sister
Of course.
has Down syndrome, and I still find it hilarious.
So this is a this is a bit where he talks about how every mother likes their son at a certain age because they kind of sound like their gay best friend. It's so funny to me that he is doing these jokes that he got fired from SNL from, which to me sounds like they're admitting they made a mistake.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? Okay.
Yes. And by the way, I know we're not going to show the video because of YouTube, but if you watched it or if you haven't and you can see the clips on the internet or go back if you DVR'd it, there's a couple of the cast members that sit in the back like the Saturday Night Live band. I forget who the guy, he's been there forever. He's got the real curly hair. He's always sitting slightly right of center of the camera. There was a few of those people that were like...
Yeah, they were not happy.
They did not find it funny.
Yeah. Digital Lava asked if you've ever heard of a DVR.
I have, but I wanted to take in the SNL experience for the first time in many years.
Okay, Shane Gillis opening monologue. Yeah, go.
My mom asked me, she's like, "When did we stop being best friends?" And she's right. We used to be best friends. You remember that when you were a little boy and you loved your mom and you thought she was the cool. You remember when you were gay? Do you remember when you were just a gay little boy? Every little boy is just their mom's gay best friend. There's literally zero difference.
What do you think? Do you think that this is uncomfortable laughter, or do you think they filled the audience with his fans?
I think there were some genuine people in there that enjoyed it, but there was definitely a sizable amount. I would say more that laughed than didn't, based on what I could hear. But visually, with the people on the stage, you could tell there were some that were like, eh.
By the way, can I just say this? Aside from all of this, this observation is brilliant because he goes on to say why mothers at a certain age like their sons because they become like their gay best friend.
Yeah.
It is a brilliant observation.
Yes, it is.
I was gay for my mom. She would pick me up from school. I'd hop in the van. I'd be like, "Girl, tell me about your day." I thought she was cool. I would listen to her music. I'd be like, "Bam, bam, ba-dam, bam, bam, bam. Let's go, girls." I would dance for her. She'd be like, "Look at my little dancer."
And by the way, anybody who's ever seen Shane Gillis' stand-up knows like this is exactly what he does in a stand-up.
Yeah. And it comes off very raw and organic. It doesn't sound too rehearsed and too polished. He puts his head down. He giggles a little bit. He's not the smoothest delivery guy of his jokes, but to me, they hit. They resonate. I found it hysterical.
Absolutely. All right. And then now he goes on to say at what age do you stop becoming your mom's best friend? And every guy can relate here.
But my mom asked me when we stopped being best friends, and I don't have the heart to tell her because, like most men, I know exactly when me and my mom stopped being friends. It was the first time I off.
Dawn's like, oh, God. Dawn's like, Anthony, where's my script? Where's my sponsor for the big three? I'll leave this to Nick and Greg. Are we doing a keyword? Do we have a keyword coming up in 2 minutes, anybody? Keyword. No Disney cruises today, folks.
Oh, God. Every guy can relate to that, by the way.
Yeah, it was so good. I thought his opening bit was great. I thought the mom stuff, the Trump sneakers skit was great, and the gambling skit as well.
Yeah, let's play a little bit of the Trump sneaker, the gold sneaker bit. So the premise of this, Nick, and you watched more of this than I did, but it's like a big loser who can't make shots.
Yeah.
And then he gets the Trump gold sneakers.
Well, it's the old commercial from the late 80s and 90s where it wasn't you were bad at basketball, but if you bought the real expensive basketball shoe, all of a sudden it would make you dunk.
Yeah. So this is he gets the gold basketball shoes. He still stinks, but there's a funny twist here.
And Gordon Dwyer's about to find out that winning
Come on, man, how you miss that?
is a state of mind.
I didn't miss. It went in. All right.
From Newsmax Studios and the right
Newsmax
Studios comes another magical sneaker movie for white people.
So you're saying these Trump shoes made you good at basketball?
No, they give me the power to say I'm good. I'm gonna double down on that until people actually start to believe it.
Now he gets whatever he wants.
Mr. Mitchell, everybody's saying I should have your office because...
By the way, I like Shane Gillis, but his Trump impression sucks.
No, once again, a call for Sean Farash
exactly.
to Saturday Night Live.
And they bring out the guy who does
Trump
it at the very end of it, and it was not good.
You got to see the video of it. I mean, he's got the shoes on, and then they're staring at each other, both dressed up as the president, as Trump, with the blue blazer, the red tie, and the white shirt. And then they did a pretty decent job on Gillis's hair for Trump.
They did.
You could tell the little hairspray job down the middle.
Yeah. It was a funny concept, and then I don't know.
Funniest Saturday Night Live I can recall in recent memory.
See, a lot of people were saying that they like Shane, but that this just wasn't the right venue for him.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm wondering if, with his offensive stuff in the monologue, if he did what Woody Harrelson did a year ago.
No.
Where he duped the staff and said he wouldn't go in a certain direction?
No, because I think that if they're hiring him, or not hiring him, but if they're asking him to host that week, they know what they're going to get.
Yeah.
Like with Woody Harrelson, you don't expect that because it's not really what he does.
Mhm.
You know, he's an actor.
Yeah.
With Shane Gillis, you know exactly what his stand-up is. You fired him for being edgy. So, you know.
Which is exactly what some comedy is and should be.
Yeah.
And should be permissible.
Absolutely. Take the word gay out of that bit that he did, and take all of the offensive stuff about being master of your domain.
Yeah.
But it's a brilliant observation, and that's basically what comedy is. It's saying funny things because people are too uncomfortable to say it.
Can we fade Dorenzo up? I think he's got some thoughts because I know he's a.
We have to break. Actually.
Okay. Dorenzo, I'll read your comment real quick. Dorenzo says, I thought Shane did really well. His brand of comedy was accepted with open arms more than I anticipated for SNL standards. I mean, look, sometimes, what a shock. You're actually going to open up and widen your base of your audience by bringing in some people that normally wouldn't watch your show. I typically don't watch the show, period. If I do see any of it, it's from their Twitter feed with clips.
Yep.
And yes, sir, on YouTube, I know there's a thing called DVRs. But I wanted to stay up. I had nothing else to do, and I wanted to watch it live. My life, and if I want to take a nap first, I'll do that.
You do that. All right, we have to break.
855-839-1210. We'll come back, get Dawn's Big Three. That'll do it for part one. Part two, an hour from now. It's Kayal and Company, Monday morning, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Get buckets with your first bet on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook right now. New customers can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. I said I'm taking the Brooklyn Nets tonight at -1.5 against the Memphis Grizzlies. Excuse me, can't talk here. $150 in bonus bets if your bet wins. All you have to do is plunk down $5. You can bet on everything from quick bets, live same-game parlays, exclusive props, and so much more. FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg. Do it now. FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NBA. 21 and over, President PA. First online or money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is not withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. the needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Don't let woke win. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I've seen all good people turn their heads each day, so satisfied I'm on my way. I've seen all good people turn their heads each day, so satisfied I'm on my way.
Kayal and Company, 8:35. Happy Monday. Welcome back in. Nick, Dawn, and Greg as we continue here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. A couple of tweets asking us where the video was for SNL on YouTube. As you guys, if you might not know, we cannot obviously play certain clips from certain networks. I think it's NBC is one of them.
Yep.
And there's some songs from time to time that will get us flagged on YouTube as well. Because
Absolutely.
they're a pain in the butt.
Mm-hmm.
Censoring police. So there you go. All right, coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, conflicting views on Joe Biden and age. One story from Politico from a Republican strategist who says Republicans are making a big mistake with Joe's age. And then on the other side of things, Axios with a story and a report that says Biden's reliance on note cards at his fundraisers are worrying big Democrat donors.
Uh-oh.
So we've got conflicting battles here with Joe and the age game. We'll get to that coming up at 9 o'clock. And then also, it is slightly racist, so says a California professor, if you are a fan of one individual. We will give you those details. Coming up shortly, but first at 8:37, let's get to Dawn's Big 3 at 8.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored by Piazza Auto Group on this Monday morning, heading up to 58 degrees, sunny skies. Number 1, President Joe Biden butchering a famous line by one of our greatest American presidents, Abraham Lincoln, 16th president of the United States. So over the weekend, and we had talked about last week, the big governor's ball and governor's gathering over the weekend. Well, the 81-year-old president was reading from a note card, but the note card couldn't even save him.
Oh, boy.
Because he was standing there, he was hesitated and said, I better get this right. Had the note card, but unfortunately was trying to quote the famous line by Lincoln in which President Abraham Lincoln said, we're not enemies, we're frenemies. No, it's not that. We're not enemies, but we're friends, but not enemies. He couldn't get it right.
Oh, no.
A really awkward moment over the weekend. Yeah. So,
This is why I just saw the stat on Fox on television earlier this morning. 133 days without a official interview on a network and 76 days without an official press conference. That's why, right there. If you can't script things, and I'm assuming it's not even Joe that puts down the stuff on the note card, somebody does it for him, and all he has to do is read it over once or twice. Like when I type up my big take the day before, at 5:25 every morning, I reread it in here so that I can deliver it, hopefully without stumbling or choking on my own tongue. Right?
Reading it out loud.
Yes.
That's what they need to say, Mr. President. Just read it out loud. Don't just silently to yourself.
Now, I'm presuming with a teleprompter, it goes at the speed in which Joe can read. But it's also a little bit further away when he's on prompter. I mean, when you have the note cards, you can put them almost up to your face. Come on.
Nothing seems to help. Nothing seems to help, and that's the problem.
So
here.
our president can't read off of note cards. He has to wear certain sneakers now to go up shorter. So we've shortened the stairs for him to go up Air Force One, and they've taken him out of his dress shoes with his suit. He's wearing like the sneakers with the two Velcro straps that older gentlemen wear in their later years. Our president is basically glued together with glue, tape, and strings and yarn, and a couple of odd staples. This is unbelievable.
It's
physically and mentally. It'd be one thing if he was slipping in one of the two categories. I'm sorry.
Amen. Number 2, just to give you a heads up locally, as we do have a community meeting, huge crowd is expected this evening at the community meeting on the future of the Jenkintown Police Department. We've talked about this a lot as far as what's happening here. Officials in the small but important Montgomery County borough say half of their budget pays for the 11-member police force, and the cost, and they're not saying this, but amid Bidenomics and higher taxes, all that putting a burden on residents. So solutions under consideration would include dissolving the police department and then outsourcing for coverage from places like Abington.
So if I recall correctly last week, you said Jenkintown population of about 4,000?
Yeah, it's tiny.
And they have 11 police officers. We know I'm always absolutely spot on accurate with my assessment of what officers make and what teachers make. So I just did some quick math. Let's just say the average officer in Jenkintown makes $65,000. I'm going to go up higher than I normally would, just so I can be a little bit closer. I think I'm probably relatively close here. $65,000 times 11 is $715,000 a year. So we're talking Jenkintown's budget is only about about $1.5 million. For a town of 4,000?
It's a tiny little area.
Yeah, I guess the police, I guess there's your priority on safety, I guess, right?
Yes. Yeah. I mean.
What were you saying last week? It wasn't defund the police, it was dissolving the police? Yeah.
And I would say this is more, I think, a result of Bidenomics, the tough economy.
Yeah.
Because of everything else they have to pay for. This is number 3. I'm going to go with this one. Number 3, this is a workaround to a glitch in the free application for federal student aid, FAFSA. So allowing Texas students with immigrant non-citizen parents to apply for financial aid to college before them, because the deadline's coming up in March. So as you can imagine, this has gone viral and parents are infuriated.
Yeah.
But it's just one example of what's going on. So parents without a Social Security number have not been able to add their financial information and then complete these forms. But now the U.S. Department of Education under President Joe Biden, figuring out this temporary workaround so that these students, the students and their parents all illegally here, are going to get federal aid.
I can recall, I'm so glad you brought this story up. I remember in 2001 and 2002, as I was a junior and a senior in high school, I remember FAFSA, and I remember Pell Grants and all of these other this terminology out there to get your financial aid. And if you remember this as somebody my age or even a parent, somebody older than me, that their kid went through this, it is a stressful time if you don't have a full scholarship for academics or athletics for that matter, and you're going to be like a lot of us, some of us, maybe your parents will be able to pay your books, but you're going to be responsible for tuition and room and board. You might need to get a 20-hour-a-week job. You're going to have to apply for grants and scholarships and aid and loans and, the federal backed stuff, Pell Grants, things like that. It is a stressful time. So I can't imagine how infuriating it would be in today's climate if you were going through this process and getting denied aid, even though, let's say your parents don't make enough money for you to be, and you qualify for this type of aid, which, by the way, you're going to have to pay back unless you're one of these leeches who, gets his loans, relieved and puts it back on the taxpayers and those that have paid for it. But somebody that has illegal immigrant parents is going to get that type of aid where you, once again, you know what this is, Dawn? This is America Last. It's exactly what it is.
Yeah. No, I remember my dad had just lost his job, and so I had to fill out those forms, and I had to say I was indigent. And it was this horrible, feeling.
Mm-hmm.
And I think everybody, can relate to that. You're just turning 18.
Yep.
You're going to, sign these papers. And so for these individuals, it's not just about the loans they get. They get grants, they get financial aid, and they get the coveted work study.
Yep.
Which are those? You get high pay. They're on campus. I mean, those are the most coveted jobs on campus.
Which almost, as long as you are relatively good in that work study, it almost guarantees your job lined up upon graduation.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is infuriating. So this has gone viral, and so many parents. This is another issue that the so-called mainstream media not talking about as much, but one that everybody can relate to, especially because the March deadline is upon us.
Upon further review, I'm not going to transition from male to female. I'm going to transition from white American male to Venezuelan female. And I'm going to see if I can get a $10,000 debit card from New York. I'm going to see if I can get $400 a night hotel stays, free food, and also some financial aid towards college.
Yeah,
to get a useless degree.
Ugh. Well, we are sponsored in our Big Three by Piazza Auto Group. For a limited time, you get 0% APR for 60 months on select 2024 Mazda CX-5 and Mazda CX-30 models. Find yours at Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading or online, piazzamazda.com. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Joe Biden's age front and center coming up at the top of the hour. And also wait till you hear what a professor has to say about one of the biggest pop culture sensations in this country. But, we started today off of the weekend talking about what transpired Saturday night in South Carolina. The polling for the Republican primary in the Low State, Nikki Haley's home state, closed officially at 7 o'clock Eastern on Saturday night. And if you were tracking that live like I was as a loser watching Fox News, at 7:01, Brett Baer and Martha McCallum said, "It's a final, folks. Donald Trump has won South Carolina." Some conflicting numbers, roughly a 60-40 split in favor of Donald Trump. He got the second, I think it was the 2 times the highest amount ever seen in South Carolina. You heard him earlier in the clip that we played in the Big Take. Nikki Haley has since lost one of her big billionaire donors, the Koch brothers.
The donor.
So they are the number one?
I would say so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I see billionaire, and I'm just like, well, I can't imagine that there's more than 2 or 3 billionaires that are financing her. But they have bailed effective yesterday, and now we shift our attention to the state of Michigan, where Tuesday will be the primary. Tomorrow, the first swing state primary. As you know, Joe Biden took Michigan in 2020 by about 154,000 votes. But Nikki Haley still seems somewhat confident. She's not going to back out, although it didn't go the way she had hoped. Keep in mind, open primary state, and I do believe we have some more audio to get to from this.
Yeah, so she came out with not as much vim and vigor after this defeat as she did from the last one, which I believe was, where was the last one?
New Hampshire.
New Hampshire, yeah.
Yeah, she's 0 for 4, by the way.
She came out in that New Hampshire, and you would have thought that she would have won. Taking a page from the old Bill Clinton playbook of, they call me the comeback kid, you know what I mean? This one, not so much. She says she vows to stay in the GOP presidential race after her defeat. This is cut 6, Phil, go.
I don't believe Donald Trump can beat Joe Biden. There are huge numbers of voters in our Republican primaries who are saying they want an alternative. I said earlier this week that no matter what happens in South Carolina, I would continue to run for president. I'm a woman of my word.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, your church vows would disagree with you. Anyway, she looked phenomenal in that red blazer she was wearing, by the way. Very, very sharp, a very dark ruby. I don't know, was that ruby? Was that a red wine red? I don't know. It looked very good on her. I want to give her a compliment. That being said, I think it was a bad look for her Saturday. If you're tracking it now, Iowa has gone to Trump. She didn't even bother showing up in Nevada. She campaigned for a year in New Hampshire with Chris Sununu. She got blown out there. and she lost on Saturday night. Now, Michigan's going to be an interesting story, and I think we'll get the better sense of how Trump plays in the swing states moving forward. But if you look at early polling, and so far in the primary season for Republicans, the polling has been very accurate. 67-15 advantage Trump. That's about a 52-point swing. And I think, Dawn, you mentioned earlier this morning, what, about 69% you cited as backing Trump in Michigan? So 7 out of 10 voters?
That was one poll, though, right, Dawn?
It was one poll.
Yeah, it was Emerson.
Emerson and the Hill.
Teamed up with the Hill.
Yep.
I sent it to you guys.
Yeah.
So, I mean, no, he's the guy. He's the man. He's the nominee. So let's just get it over with.
You could tell she lost a little bit of starch in her bounce Saturday night.
One more clip from her.
So you would also imagine if she were to speak today, she's probably got to be even more deflated after losing the Koch brothers, because that happened on Sunday. So when you have a billionaire donor that backs out, I mean, I got to imagine your sales are really deflated now.
Yeah, I can't see her. I mean, look, if they have her funding through Michigan, but she, I mean, all likelihood is she's going to get blown out in Michigan again.
Super Tuesday's a week from tomorrow.
Does she stay in through Super Tuesday?
By next Wednesday, she has to be gone.
She claims that she'll stay in until at least the Super Tuesday primary.
This is cut 7, Phil, go.
I couldn't be more worried about America. It seems like our country is falling apart. But here's the thing. America will come apart if we make the wrong choices. This has never been about me or my political future. We need to beat Joe Biden in November. I don't believe Donald Trump can beat Joe Biden. Nearly every day, Trump drives people away, including with his comments just yesterday.
You know, post-primary season, as everybody has kind of bowed out, everybody has kind of found their path and has a future. Chris Christie's got a future on television on CNN or ABC. Vivek Ramaswamy and Tim Scott have latched on to Trump's campaign. You would presume cabinet members at a minimum, probably not vice president, but you see them out there touring and going to rallies and conventions with Trump. DeSantis has been out now for a month and a week, so he's been 5 weeks removed. He's back in Florida. He's doing his thing, and he's at least in some capacities and in some circles, I would say for 2028, he is salvageable. Nikki Haley fighting the inevitable makes her almost unsalvageable. I don't know what the play is here politically for her once this is over. Where does she go? Short of a mainstream media gig, I don't see where she goes Republican politic-wise.
I'm glad you brought that up. That tees me up for one more cut here before we have to break. This is the national director of the No Labels movement, Joe Cunningham, saying that Nikki Haley definitely is someone we'd be interested in having on our ticket. Cut 5, Phil, go.
But as more Republicans rally around Trump, could a switch to the No Labels ticket be a possibility for Haley? National Director of No Labels, Joe Cunningham, joins us now. Joe, great to have you. Represented, by the way, the 1st Congressional District in South Carolina.
That's right, Will. Great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Well, you heard the lead-in. There's been conversation, there's been speculation about Nikki Haley as a potential No Labels candidate. There's also a lot of talk about Joe Manchin, Mitt Romney. Who will be your candidate on the No Labels ticket?
Well, I mean, the truth is we're talking to a lot of spectacular people right now, and we're not ready to unveil those folks just yet. This has been a project to essentially give Americans another choice if they're unhappy with the presumptive nominees, which, you know, it appears is going to be Trump versus Biden right now. But we don't know. Nikki Haley, she's going to remain in the race. You can't count her out completely. And hats off to her for staying in it and for sticking with it. But we're looking for great quality people, folks that have broad appeal to independents, Democrats, Republicans. And yeah, I mean, Nikki Haley's somebody we'd definitely be interested in.
So you have to imagine if that's the motive here, she's sticking around as a third party, that it's going to hurt Donald Trump in the primary, and it's going to cost him against Joe Biden in the general election. But I'm trying to think about what the political landscape would look like. So we'd have Joe Biden, we'd have Donald Trump, you'd have RFK Jr. as an independent, and a no labels party. Now, he mentioned Manchin. Would it be a Manchin and Nikki Haley ticket?
Manchin said no.
Oh, he said no?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know if it would be. I think this whole no labels thing is
and when
just
are they
like
going to enter the party? When are they going to jump in officially?
I don't see
It's
this.
almost March.
I don't see this as a thing happening, but who knows?
Yeah. All right.
They've been saying this for years now. Like, no, this is the year no labels gets in. This is the year no labels gets in, but they never seem to.
If Manchin decided to jump in, do you think a Manchin and Haley ticket would work? Or let me ask you this: if it doesn't work, what would do better, a Manchin and Haley ticket or an RFK Jr. ticket?
Manchin and Haley ticket would do better.
I would agree. All right, 855-839-1210. We will come back at the final hour underway. If you are a Taylor Swift fan, you are slightly racist. I will give you the details as to why. From Who Said It, coming up next, it's Kayal and Company, Hour 4. Stay right there.
But it's the time of year to enjoy life, right? The forecast is starting to feel like spring. So stop letting that pain in your joints keep you from doing what you want to do this spring. Just call QC Kinetics. Call my friends at QC Kinetics. Call them now. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking lasting joint pain relief here. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. It's a fact. QC Kinetics is transforming lives. Their advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and repair that damaged joint tissue. Pro athletes, they've been doing this for decades, but now this life-changing treatment is available for you and for me so that you can walk and run and climb the stairs, play golf, move again, whatever you want to do, pain-free. No pain pills, no risky surgery. This is an all-natural solution. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients who have reclaimed their mobility. How does that sound? Just take action now. Live your best life this spring and this summer. It's a great use of your tax refund check, by the way. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation. 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. QC Kinetics, will you just call them, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
You've heard it said, he's a diamond in the rough. Or maybe, diamonds are forever. Here's something else I've learned about diamonds. They're just pieces of coal put under pressure for a long, long, long time. So when I start feeling like I want to give up, I think about that little piece of coal. And if that piece of coal can make something of itself by not giving up, so can I. Persistence is in you. From PassItOn.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Although you try not to, most of us have used an ATM out of network. And at the end, you get that notice that it's going to cost you $4 extra.
Are you kidding me?
So you're paying money to get your own money. it makes you crazy. In retirement, you're going to want to use that 401k, but every time you dip into it, you have to pay taxes. Here we go again. You have to pay money to get your own money.
Oh, come on!
Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group believes that every retirement plan needs a tax plan. Without it, you're using Uncle Sam's plan. And do you really think that's going to work in your favor? Call Retire Ready Financial Group today at 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. Or you can find them online at retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Business owners own a custom-designed building from General Steel. Call 866-95-STEEL. That's 866-957-8335.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Audubon. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
It's bigger than you are not me.
9 o'clock, welcome back in. Fourth and final hour underway on this Monday morning. It's Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. This segment brought to you by Budget Blinds. BudgetBlinds.com, your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Free in-home consultations. And the only no questions asked warranty in the business. Ask about their exclusive inspired collection online at budgetblinds.com. We will get to Joe Biden's age and also this Taylor Swift story in a moment. But let me grab Michelle. She's on the main line this morning, and she has some thoughts on Nikki Haley. Michelle, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
We're doing well. What's going on?
So I have some friends that are pretty well connected, and they're talking a lot about this no labels, and it stops, it starts. I hear about it, I don't hear about it. They're all very hot about Nikki Haley right now, and apparently now we're seeing little. To me, it seems like purposeful leaks that No Labels is talking about Nikki Haley, and now I'm hearing rumblings of something called the Spoiler Act. That there is something with spoiler, and you're not allowed to jump parties and run for president on another label, on another party. And I don't know how No Labels is going around this because they're not an actual party. I'm not sure what their story is, but that's some of the rumblings I'm hearing.
So you're calling it the Spoiler Act or the Spoiler Law that prevents this from happening?
The spoiler. Yeah, I don't know what it's called. The spoiler law, the spoiler act, something that there's some law that doesn't allow you to run, or something that prevents people.
I will look it up for you, Michelle. I'm not sure, but thank you for the phone call.
Ross Perot.
What's that?
It was 92, Ross Perot.
Okay, and so that would have been 32 years ago. Okay, I'm looking at it here, fairvote.org. Defining the spoiler effect. And there you go, Ross Perot. So what does this include? I guess there has to be a deadline in which you officially declare. Is that why No Labels is still just dangling red meat out there, so to speak?
Yeah, but No Labels is not a party. So she could run as a Republican, Joe Manchin or whoever can run as a Democrat or whatever he is, and it could just be a unity ticket, no?
So I'm trying to find out here. I'm trying to Google this live on the air.
The party platforms basically do, I think after Ross Perot especially, they do everything they can to keep out of any independents or third party. I mean, so we've talked about that a lot. That I wish that they let others on the stage. They're not going to because they want just the two of them.
Right.
And so that's another, issue up for debate. But I think they've tried to, put into place various laws and then they try to find loopholes to to get around them.
But you know what's so annoying about a lot of this conversation is and we've seen it in the polling, and I guess, the polling is wrong here, which shouldn't be a surprise to anybody if you've paid attention to politics the last 2 years. All we hear is America wants a third option. We're tired of Biden. We're tired of Trump. 70% of Americans want some fresh blood in there, so to speak. Well, you've had the opportunity, America, and I'm speaking just generally to the population here.
Yeah, that's true.
If you wanted somebody other than Trump, well, there was a lot of other, quote, qualified good options. We talked about the Republican Party being deeper than the Democrats. Ron DeSantis was the next. Ron DeSantis was basically the Gavin Newsom to the right, except he's actually done an amazing job in Florida, and nobody wanted DeSantis. The guy dropped out on January 21st. And then we said, well, Nikki Haley's the one who's going to stick through, and she just got beat 60-40 in her own home state. So you had those options. You had Tim Scott. You had Vivek Ramaswamy. And then on the left, RFK has to do what he has to do and become an independent so that he can, quote, enter the race, so to speak, because, but basically Biden doesn't want to deal with anybody else. And then there's, Marianne Williamson, there's Dean Phillips. Then we've heard Joe Manchin, on down the list. I'll continue to stand by this. I don't believe we will see anything other than what we currently have in my lifetime. If we have something other than just Democrat versus Republican, two people, before I die, which will be in about 22 years at this rate, I would be stunned. I would be stunned. We keep hearing we want it, yet it just doesn't materialize. Now, some of that's the system and the way it's built and prevents people from entering, but...
I was just going to say, both the R's and D's don't want that to happen, so they're going to try everything and do everything they possibly can to keep it
Nobody
from
ever wants
happening.
to expand if you're already in the party and you're in the club, so to speak.
The problem is, too, is that the majority of people just don't follow politics. So whatever ads they see or whatever thing that's like, yeah, I'll pick this person or that person. Not many people go and take the time and research. So you see a third-party candidate and you're like, everybody says they want it, but without name recognition or anything, they're just like, yeah, I'll take from the two that I know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, so I agree with you. I never see this. The majority of the country, yes, says they want it, but when it actually comes down to it, do they though?
Unless they're just not enamored with anybody, like as far as the third options go.
Yeah.
And to be completely honest, like Joe Manchin is milquetoast dry. He is vanilla. He's got no charisma at all. Nikki Haley has very minimal. She's got more charm than Joe Manchin. Ron DeSantis, old pudding fingers, and he's not. There's nobody on the planet Earth that wants to sit down and have a beer with Ron DeSantis. So a lot of these people, unfortunately, and to be honest, and Joe's the same way. Even when Joe had his faculties, Joe might get loud and start yelling and be very animated. But I never considered Joe to be this charismatic guy. I mean,
oh yes,
there's been charm with him in
was.
his elder years where he became like everybody's pop. But remember Joe? We played you the clips in the '90s. He's a yelling, angry, maniacal moderate.
He is. That's why I always found it funny in 2020 when everybody's like, "Oh, we need to give it to soothing Grandpa Joe because he'll unite the country." I'm like, unite the country? Has anybody followed his politics over the last 40 years?
No.
There's nothing uniting about him.
That's right.
But I will disagree with you that I do think that there was a point in time where Joe Biden was very charismatic and he was a guy that some people would want to sit down and have a beer with.
When would you say that was? In his Veep days with Obama? Because in the 90s, he was very angry. And then by 2020, before he really lost his faculties over the last 3.5-4 years, I would have to say that stretch had to be in the mid-2000s?
I have no, I can't put a
I'm
timetable on it. I'm just saying that.
I'm just thinking of the visuals and the sound bites I remember of him for the last 35 years. I don't know where it was like, man, there's the everyman. Because he's always claimed to be middle-class Joe. Except his tax returns never indicated he was middle-class Joe. Guy's been making bank for 40 years.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't find a guy that claims to be the everyman that is actually living financially like an elitist to be a relatable figure that I would like to have a beer with. But that's just me.
I think when he was a senator from Delaware and a single dad and then married Jill, but he was famous for, taking Amtrak, taking the train, and so that played well in the public.
Mm-hmm. You think he would take
that piece of
You think
it.
he would take SEPTA today if he could? Speaking of public transit. All right, 855-839-1210. Let me get to these two stories since we're on Joe here. Conflicting views on Joe's age and the concerns and worries. Let me start with Axios. Axios with a story out that says Biden's reliance on note cards at fundraisers worries his donors. Dawn gave us a piece of news about 40 minutes ago in her Big Three that Joe totally butchered an Abraham Lincoln quote off of a note card. So this plays in perfectly to what we are talking about here. And why it matters is obvious. If you're relying on note cards to explain, as Axios lays out here, his own policy positions with questions that you know are coming from reporters that you have picked, scripted in advance. This just goes to show you, if you're somebody financing Joe Biden, why you would be absolutely terrified, because he's got note cards. He's probably only going to take questions from 5 to 7 reporters. You know the reporters, and you probably know which outlet they're coming from, and odds are they're probably the mainstream media and very friendly. He's not going to be put in an adversarial setting where it's him and Peter Doocy going back and forth for 2.5 minutes over a failed policy or a quote that he butchered. So if you can't do this for Joe, this is a major concern. Now, Republicans, we've certainly talked about Joe's age, as pretty much everybody has, including the New York Times, the Washington Post. But Alex Conant is a Republican strategist and partner at Firehouse Strategies, a public affairs firm based in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C. And he is saying that Republicans are making a big mistake on Biden's age. He says, as a Republican strategist who has bluntly tried to make the case for generational change against an opposing presidential candidate, I can tell you, when you go down the age road historically, typically it does not work. Now, I find that to be fascinating. So basically, we are at a point now in politics, really, where facts don't matter. We can sit here and look at age, and you can say, okay, well, age is one thing, but where is he physically? Where is he cognitively? And we know physically and mentally, Joe is, it's the old adage, the car's running, but there's nobody behind the wheel. That's where Joe is. Yet using this as a strategy, even if your candidate is old, and let's call it what it is. Trump's in great shape as far as comparing himself to Biden. I would say, and I've said on this show, I think Trump's probably 95% of what he was mentally 4 years ago or 8 years ago. He's had a few gaffes here and there, but they pale in comparison. For every one that Trump has, Joe has, probably 35. But I don't think that we're at a point now. So we have been told, and this is really what's annoying to me. So age doesn't matter. And I'm going to give Alex credit here. He's a Republican. He's been doing this for a while, the whole bit. So he's saying that Republicans need to find something else. Okay, so if we leave Joe's age alone for a moment, we look at immigration and the border. We look at the economy. We look at inflation, the cost of everything, the cost of energy, the housing market, gas, heating and cooling your home. So if we can't use age and we can't use the 4, 5, 6, 7 different things, topical issues, kitchen table issues, what are Republicans supposed to run on at this point? Because we know what the Democrats are going to run on. It's A, D, and D. It's abortion, democracy, and dictator for a day. So it's almost like you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. So then I would, if I had Alex on the show here, and Alex wrote this piece in Politico, I would ask him, well, then what is your plan? How would you advise the Trump camp to go about countering and attacking the Biden administration? Because we can talk about the stuff that matters. We could talk about the stuff that maybe doesn't matter as much. Because I'm going to bring up DeSantis for a moment again. We were told, oh, well, Ron DeSantis is a policy champion, but he's too short. And then we started talking about his boots. And then we started saying, well, he's not really Donald Trump. All of these superficial things. Like earlier this morning in the cut sheet, I said, do we really need a president that's 6'1"? I know historically, typically we elect tall presidents. But are we really going to forego electing a short president because he doesn't meet the roller coaster height requirements? So I'm just looking at it from a Republican standpoint. What are we supposed to do as a party if using Joe's age historically is not a proven track record? What do you do? I mean, you just roll over and play dead because of Roe v. Wade 2 years ago? And obviously that could be the kryptonite for Trump and Republicans for the foreseeable future in any general election or in any swing state. But I just look at it from a standpoint of there's a lot there that you can rail on with Joe Biden. And the age, and here's the thing. You're telling me it doesn't matter, Alex. Okay. But all the polls we see, Joe Biden not fit the lead. Democrats are responding in CNN polls and Siena New York Times polls. 72%, 67%. Joe not fit the lead. I mean, there's only so much content out there for you to pluck at. And I think age is probably the number one thing for Joe right now, on top of the failed policies. Age wouldn't matter if he was actually kicking ass, but he's not.
It's not his age, though. Nobody talks about Trump's age. Nobody talks about Bernie Sanders' age. It's the fact that every day there's a new gaffe. And these are not the old Joe Biden gaffes where, he was famously, speaking to a crowd and they're honoring an individual and he says, so-and-so, we're honoring you, please stand. And the person is there with no legs in a wheelchair. That was Joe Biden, and those were the Biden gaffes that everybody knew. But this is different. This is, what many would say dementia, and that's being kind. And nobody, I don't think it has to do with age. I think there are a lot of people his quote unquote age and Trump's age where you don't think about their age. The problem here is mental acuity. And so I think the biggest problem is that you have a situation where we have an economy that's failing Americans.
Yeah.
The media keeps telling us it's better. It doesn't feel better because it's we're paying 16 to 19% more than we did pre-pandemic.
Sure.
And so we're all hurting, number one. Number two, you have all the crime that's supersized and it's only going to get worse with the open borders. And that's, again, Biden policy. So Bidenomics, Biden crosswalk. And then think about everything else that plays out, whether in the Middle East today, that Palestine's president steps down. Netanyahu's talking about that. We've got Ukraine. We're now entering into the third year with this situation after the 2-year anniversary over the weekend between Ukraine and Russia. I mean, it's a hot mess.
I do think age is a factor, especially when you look at the mental acuity of somebody like Joe Biden or even like Dianne Feinstein. But even the older people that haven't really shown a ton of slip-ups, I think in general, Americans are tired of these career politicians that get into their 70s and 80s and still hang around on both sides. Mitch McConnell, now he's shown he had those freeze-up moments. Okay. Chuck Schumer hasn't had a freeze-up moment, but Chuck Schumer's well into his 70s. Bernie Sanders is in his 80s. And even though Bernie Sanders hasn't shown a ton of mental decline, I think people just visually look at these people on both sides and say, do we really need somebody 79 still hanging around? Like, the party's over. Go home, right?
I don't think Trump supporters feel that way because he's not a career politician, A.
He's only been in the game for 8 years.
And B, think about this. Think about going through any one of the things Trump is going through. I mean, how many court appearances has he made? There's a SCOTUS ruling expected today that we have that's going to affect, his social media use and all of that. I mean, the court cases that your head is just swirling with, all the criminal cases, civil cases, they're trying to take his business empire away from him, and he's on the clock on that 30 days.
Could you imagine Joe going through this and having to speak
I
after
can't
each
imagine
case?
going through it, Nick.
Yeah.
I can't imagine. I mean, have you ever had feds raid your home?
Yeah, last Thursday.
Yeah.
They were looking for my big take.
So,
Scumbags.
seriously, it's stressful. Trust me.
Yeah.
And so, ultimately, when you go through things like that, and then you think, my God, this man is in and out of court talking to all these different lawyers, having to keep all the cases and the lawyers all straight. And on top of it, you are from point A, you're being choppered back and forth. You're flying, you're campaigning, then you're going to court. Now It's unbelievable.
It
his
really,
stamina.
it really is. I mean, I get done with this show, I go home and take a nap. He's 77. He goes from a court to a rally. 855-839-1210. I will get to this Taylor Swift story coming up in the bottom of the hour, and then we will get to what's on the cut sheet part due. Also, Phil has told me today will be one of his best, if not his best, today in music history.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look at him.
He came in here at like 5:40 to tell me that. He was all ecstatic. He was like a kid on Christmas. It was unbelievable.
And we'll get to that about 9:52-ish.
That is correct. Yeah. All right, 9:20 on this Monday morning. Let's get to the Morning Mystery movie clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Come on, watch your way! Hey, Hanrahan! Hanrahan! Cover the point! Cover the point! Come on, Mo! Get it to him! Along the floor! Nail him! Nail him! Hanrahan! Suzanne! Out of there, will you?
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Sorry, Nick Kayal.
That's all right.
I never said it to you, so
That's okay.
The caller with the correct answer, the 12th caller, will win a pair of tickets to the Old Black Magic featuring Keith Spencer on March 23rd at the Zlock Performing Arts Center in Bucks County. For tickets and more information, visit bucks.edu/tickets, bucks.edu/tickets.
All right. See if we get our winner. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. If you can identify that movie clip when we come back, our winner. And also, a California professor says it feels slightly racist to be a Taylor Swift fan. Oh, you Swifties. You didn't even know it. You were racist all along. Back after this.
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
14 years from today, Jen Gomez will transform her tiny backyard garden into an organic microfarm. All because she's future-proofing her house and garden today with home safety resources from AARP's Home Fit Guide, so she can share her harvest with the community she loves for years to come. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP. Join AARP Philly for a free AARP Home Fit Workshop Saturday, March 16th at 12 p.m. Sign up at aarp.org/yourhome.
Spring is approaching fast. It's time for you to get into shape and ready for the warmer weather. For over a decade, NJ Diet has helped thousands of people lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva, along with scans, to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. You are fully supervised the entire time to make sure you are burning fat and not just losing water. You even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations close by in King of Prussia, Cherry Hill, and Newark, or available from home with live online video consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET, 855-5NJ-DIET, or schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. Get ready for spring weather with njdiet.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Every day, Cintas service reps help businesses get ready for the workday. They provide freshly laundered workwear delivered every week. Mats, mops, restroom and cleaning supplies. First aid and safety products to help your employees stay safe. They even test and inspect fire extinguishers and emergency lights. Cintas helps keep your business running smoothly. See what Cintas can do for you. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Progressive presents 10 things on a contractor's to-do list that are harder than getting a commercial auto insurance quote. Bidding a new client, giving an accurate estimate, finding affordable materials, getting a client to pay you for work you already did, getting a client to pay you, period, securing permits and workers and tools, getting those workers and tools to work together, and finding the perfect pair of overalls. Pockets, baby. But the easiest thing on a small business owner's to-do list? Seeing if you can save on commercial auto insurance. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage subject to policy terms and conditions.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
$9:25. Kayal and Company. Happy Monday, everybody. Beautiful sunny day out. I think Dawn said it's going to be in the 50s.
Yeah.
Inching towards 60.
Yeah.
And then comes the rain. 855-839-1210. Let's get to our morning mystery movie clip winner. We go up the turnpike to Lansdale. Welcome in Ray. Ray, good morning. What clip did we just play for you, sir?
Slapshot.
Slapshot, yeah, buddy. One of the all-timers, maybe on the Mount Rushmore of sports movies. And you've got yourself a pair of tickets to That Old Black Magic featuring Keith Spencer on March 23rd at the Zlock Performing Arts Center in Bucks County. Congratulations, Ray.
Thanks.
You are welcome. I saw Hoosiers and Slapshot back-to-back on Saturday.
Two of the greatest sports movies of all time.
It's that time of year. February, they just
Yeah.
roll out the classics like on TNT and TBS.
By the way, that's not even a debate. They are the two best.
Yeah. If I had to do like a Mount Rushmore, if I was filling up time on a sports talk radio station and I had to come up with my list of 4, they would be 2 of the 4
Yeah.
for sure. So,
Yeah. You could do that, or you could fight AJ Brown.
well, that too. And he would call into my show and then say there's no issues. And maybe this professor in California can call into Kayal and Company, because we have a professor in California who has now said that it feels, quote, slightly racist to be a Taylor Swift fan. She tweeted, her name is Melina Abdullah.
Uh-oh.
Yes, and she posted on Twitter on Super Bowl Sunday, why do I feel like it's slightly racist to be a Taylor Swift fan? Abdullah is a professor of Pan-African Studies at Cal State University, Los Angeles. She is a self-described Black Lives Matter organizer. She is a Pan-Africanist, not sure what that is, hip-hop scholar. I was once a hip-hop scholar in the 90s.
Yeah.
A daughter of God, a womanist, a truth teller, and a mama.
Dawn's a womanist.
And Dawn's a mama. Dawn's a mama bear. And she'll fight you for her kids. So she's also listed as a co-founder of the BLM Los Angeles chapter and co-director of the activist wing of the advocacy organization Black Lives Matter Grassroots. When one user asked her to elaborate on Twitter on her opinion, she said, I said feel, not think. Kind of like that feeling when I see too many American flags. So she's another anti-American nut job on the West Coast in Los Angeles. Somebody with a PhD in crazy studies. In the same post, someone commented that, quote, literally everything is racist, to which Abdullah responded, indeed. And she goes on to say that folks think that they're attacking me by asking why I think everything is racist. I'm not offended. Virtually everything, though, is racist. You know, what's amazing to me is with this far left ideology, it's so warped. I mean, think about the world that these people specifically live in. everything is inherently racist. They view everything through the prism of race and gender and sexuality and everything that goes to identity politics. There are the same people that say we need less police in rough areas, not more police. They're the same people that want to lock up the products in a retail store, but they don't want to lock up the criminals that steal them. And they're the ones that argue there's more than two genders. Literally everything that they subscribe to and believe is factually incorrect or proven to be not the right way to go about it. And that's the thing that bothers me the most, I think, probably with all of this far left stuff is the police stuff. Is if you go to these communities where these people claim to be advocates for, they want to remove the police. But if you speak to the people in these communities, they will all tell you it is so unsafe and so dangerous that they actually want more police. The majority of them want more police. It's the minority of them that the percentage, like 8-12%, that say, no, we got to defund the police. And then people like the AOCs of the world, they go and run on this, they get elected, and then when they go to a town hall, they get booed. Which by the way, over the weekend, AOC was at some gathering and she was heckled relentlessly.
We also have a clip of AOC coming up next on Kutchi Part 2 that she says the migrant crisis is a false narrative pushed by conservatives and xenophobes.
Yeah, it's fake news, and thought we all knew.
7 million people.
Yeah, 7 million.
No crisis whatsoever.
None. All right, 855-839-1210. So I guess my daughters are slightly racist because they're Taylor Swift fans. So no more Swifties, girls. We're not going to the movies anymore. All right, we'll come back. We'll get to what's on the cut sheet part 2, what's on tap for the Dawn Show today in music history as we continue on Kayal and Company.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966, 800-200-1966, or biglou.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online RetireReadyFG.com. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
14 years from today, Jen Gomez will transform her tiny backyard garden into an organic microfarm, all because she's future-proofing her house and garden today with home safety resources from AARP's Home Fit Guide, so she can share her harvest with the community she loves for years to come. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP. Join AARP Philly for a free AARP Home Fit Workshop Saturday, March 16th at 12 p.m. Sign up at aarp.org/yourhome.
You can admit it, you're obsessed with the news. But you don't want to be that person watching TV waiting for the next news story to break. So use your ears instead with the free Odyssey app. With this station available on the free Odyssey app, you can get your local news and discover news stations from around the country. And with hundreds of podcasts also available, you can go deep into the topics you care about. Download the free Odyssey app wherever you get your apps to get the news you crave. Your news fix, your Odyssey.
There's one box that you'd run back into your burning house to grab. It's the box filled with your videotapes, film reels, and photos. Those sentimental, meaningful, irreplaceable moments. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago so that we could help families save their memories from being destroyed by floods or fires.
And it's not just natural disasters, Adam. Every day, videotapes and photos are slowly fading away, decaying, neglected in closets and attics.
Digitizing your old media stops fading, and preserving those recordings means they are safe forever. It's like magic, converting your shoebox of memories into digital files, ready to watch and share.
It's the only way to ensure your legacy is safe for generations. That's why over 1 million families have already trusted Legacy Box. Legacy Box is simple and easy, it works, and is safe. We'd love to preserve your family's collection. Don't wait, the risk is too great.
Visit legacybox.com/value to save 50%. That's legacybox.com/value to get started and save. legacybox.com/value.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company as we continue. It's a Monday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 855-839-1210. Hey, a Climb In. Dawn show coming up at 10 o'clock. We'll find out what's on tap in just about 15 minutes. Also today in music history, courtesy of Phil Almquist and Who on Twitter today. But right now, let's get to What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. Yes, AOC says the migrant crisis is a false narrative that is pushed by Nick, Kayal, Dawn Stensling, you conservatives and xenophobes. I'm looking at you two.
Okay, I'm guilty. Yep, it's all fake news.
This is what she said on, of all places, I know it's going to be shocking, MSNBC over the weekend. This is cut 15, Phil, go.
The idea that Republicans, in order to win an election, say we need to hermetically seal the border when they know that that is economic self-sabotage to the U.S. economy. And they are saying, let's do it anyway. And to compensate for the negative effects, we're going to allow and throw people's kids into factories. That is what they are doing in rolling back child labor laws while being as xenophobic and anti-immigrant as they are, and while ginning up this false narrative about this being a crisis. And by the way, by then also preventing and blocking any legislation that would provide not just a path to citizenship, but a path to work papers, a path to allowing people who want to work to be paired with American businesses who need people to work. And I mean, there is not only no moral calculation, there is no economic calculation, there is no logical calculation, there is only a political calculation. And that political calculation is we are going to keep whining about it. We are going to keep pretending this is a crisis while contributing to actual problems. And then we're going to block the solution so that we can campaign on it over and over and over. And we can call it caravans. We can call it micro crises. We can call it family separation. And they will just recycle it over and over and over again in order to gin up, you know, just so much animosity and destruction in this country and racism in this country, because that's the only thing that the Republican Party even is standing on at this point. The idea...
Correct me if I'm wrong. The Democrats, all they stand on is the fact that they claim everybody else is racist, that it's always racism for this, that, and the other thing. Also, do you think she ever has a moment where she just crashes? Like she just... Like the anger that she puts on display 24/7, it just catches up to her at some point and she just collapses on her bed and sleeps for 12 hours. Like I would be exhausted if I was that miserable all the time. Some people would say I am that miserable. But anyway,
I don't think she works that hard, Nick.
You don't think so? No, you're probably right. As far as Alex Wagner goes, I think that was Alex Wagner, right?
It was, yeah.
So if you're a real journalist there and you're saying it's a false narrative that the border is not a disaster and that we're not dealing with an influx that we've never seen before, I would say to her, in the month of February of 2024, 7 weeks in, we have had 961,000 illegal encounters. That is more in 7 weeks than any one single year under Trump.
To be fair, though, and I'm not siding with AOC, trust me, but to be fair, both parties use immigration for their advantage.
Oh, and the Republicans are now, for sure, because Joe had 3 years to fix it. So we're not going to give you a bad deal to give you like a bailout right now.
The Republicans, everybody knows the border is a crisis. The Republicans do only choose to make it an issue in an election year. I will say that. On the other side, though, this whole notion that this is you know, hey, look, we're going to fix this by the Democrats and everything. Like this, it's all by design. Like they want these people coming here.
Well, yeah,
that's all there is to it.
Correct. And now that they've had millions of people come through in 3 years, oh yeah, we'll close it off. We'll make it look like we care because we've, in reality, probably scooped up a handful of new voters, and handful being, a facetious comment. But yeah, but you know what? I don't blame Republicans at this point. Honestly, it's the Republicans' number one issue right now that they can run on.
Yep.
It was the economy, but from polling, and at least in Iowa and New Hampshire, immigration has surpassed the economy.
Immigration versus abortion. That's what 2024 will be about.
You are correct.
Over the weekend before the South Carolina primary, Donald Trump was in Columbia, South Carolina, holding a rally. And this kind of made the rounds because people decided that him saying this made him racist because he but he says that the reason black people like him is because of his criminal charges.
Okay.
So the more liberal groups were saying, see, look, he just looks at black people as criminals. Byron Donalds responds to that. First, I'm going to play Trump in South Carolina. This is cut 12. Phil, go.
And then I got indicted a second time, and a third time, and a fourth time. And a lot of people said that that's why the black people like me, because they have been hurt so badly and discriminated against. And they actually viewed me as I'm being discriminated against. It's been pretty amazing. But
there you go.
No, so Trump's saying he's an honorary brother. That's what he's saying right there.
Byron Donalds responded to that on one of the this was Meet the Press, I think. And he said this. This is cut 3. Phil, go.
And on Friday, you introduced Donald Trump at a group of black conservatives. He made a number of headline-making comments, including this one. Take a look.
I got indicted a second time, and a third time, and a fourth time.
Sorry, cut it.
And a lot of people said
cut this part out.
that that's why the black people like me, because they have been hurt so badly and discriminated against. And they actually viewed me as I'm being discriminated against.
Congressman, it sounds like Donald Trump was implying that he can win black voters because they get indicted all the time, too. Is that what he was saying?
Well, I think it's in part of that. It's part of it, Kristen. Look, it was a great night Friday night in Columbia, South Carolina. The president was really just enjoying himself. It was a great celebration for black conservatives across our country. But let's be very clear. Our economy is a mess. Our border is completely unsecured. These things are causes of major concerns for black voters, like it is for every voter in our country. But then when you layer on the fact that, yes, this is political persecution from the Department of Justice and from radical DAs throughout our country, this is something similar that black people had to deal with the justice system themselves. And so their look of it is real simple. Well, dang, if the government's going after him with foolishness, he can't be that bad, especially considering the fact that Joe Biden is terrible at his job.
Well, Congressman, let's just be clear. All 4 indictments against former President Trump were brought by grand juries. There is no evidence that the indictments are political in nature. But let me stick to the question here. Let me get you to respond to Biden campaign co-chair and former Congressman Cedric Richmond, who said this about his comment.
All right. Okay.
All right, thank you very much, Kristen. If you believe what she had to say, I'll sell you something off the air. Now, I mean, if I'm Byron Donalds, here's what I say. Trump being indicted 4 times makes him even more relatable to the black community. Boom. I don't even need to politically spin it with Biden and economics. It makes him more relatable. Although I did take offense to one thing over the weekend. When they were talking about this clip with Trump and black voters, they also said, well, Trump's only selling sneakers now to appeal to the black voter.
Yeah, somebody on Fox said that, right?
Yeah. As a white man, I'm a little bothered by that. Are you saying white guys don't like nice sneakers too? The sneakers only play to the black community? I know. Factually incorrect. As a sneakerhead, in fact, Greg Stocker has a lot of nice kicks.
Yeah.
Nice sneakers is a stretch there, Nick. I mean, they're not nice sneakers.
The red ones are.
No, they're not.
But do you think he's doing? I don't think he's placating to the black community. I think Trump's like, I owe a lot of money, and I know people will buy these things up. I don't think he cares or has any thought as to
who's
going into what to market it to who.
Agreed.
People are just dumb enough to spend $400 for shoes. Although I would say it's not stupid if you resell them. If you spend $400 for sneakers, you're an idiot. But if you can resell them for $7,500, you're a genius.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all I got.
That's what I got.
That's all you got? All right. We'll come back and wrap it up with what's on tap for the Dawn Show today in music history and who won Twitter today. It's Kayal and Company. Final segment next here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've heard me talk about my friends from Piazza Auto Group and Piazza Premium Automobiles, and they're just continuing to grow, especially their luxury collection of brands. So Piazza is so excited to welcome in 2 new members to their family of dealerships. I'm talking about Infiniti Ardmore as well as Maserati of the main line, both located right there on Lancaster Avenue. Of course, you're going to receive the same first-class customer experience that you've come to expect from the Piazza family of dealerships, Piazza Auto Group and Piazza Premium Automobiles. Find your new or certified pre-owned Infiniti, Maserati, or other Piazza luxury brands like Jaguar, Land Rover, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and so much more. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk about prices. At National Appliance Warehouse, we have billions in buying power that we leverage in order to pass dramatic savings to our customers. We're passionate about offering the lowest price, so we developed Price Assured to ensure we always are. Price Assured uses powerful technology to scan chain store prices online and make sure ours is lower. Because Price Assured is connected to electronic tags throughout the showroom, it's able to update them instantly if an adjustment is needed. Our customers enjoy great service that rivals that of a small independent while shopping with confidence they're seeing the lowest possible price.
It's the President's Day Mega Sale. Upgrade your laundry for less with LG. Get a high-efficiency front-load washer with stackable dryer from LG. Regularly $17.98 for only $13.96. Save over $400. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Hi, I'm Tom Herr, and this is Susan Herr. We've been with the Crash Proof Retirement System since 2018.
Being with Crash Proof is like being in a big family. We know there's a lot of other people out there just like us, and everyone's very happy.
Yeah, they're not sad. That's
They're not sad. I mean, we come in and we know our money's safe and it's continuing to grow.
The crash-proof system is fighting inflation for us. When prices do go up, we still have income coming in. And with the crash-proof system, we made just under 7%. Even though we're using money, we're still making more money. And at the end, we have more money than we started with.
We have those resources to make our life and retirement much more comfortable.
And we can sleep at night.
Yes, definitely.
Register for the next Crash Proof Retirement Educational Event at Spring Mill Manor on March 19th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. For over 38 years, Rescue brand omega-3s have been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium omega-3 fish oil supplements, are buy one, get one free exclusively for American Heart Month. Just use the listener code OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call today at 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com. Don't forget the code OMEGA50 when you buy one bottle of a Rescue Omega-3 to receive a second bottle free. Again, use the code OMEGA50. Fortify your heart with the Rescue Omega-3.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Don't let them silence you. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
He is delivering his state of the budget, if you will, releasing all of that tomorrow. So we'll talk about all things Jersey, how COVID money, about $100 million in COVID bucks. Where will they be going? Maybe helping out your Jersey Shore experience this summer. So we'll talk about the Jersey Shore and the Jersey budget, all of that. And then the Supreme Court was set to hear these two landmark social media cases. It appears perhaps not one of them. So we'll talk about that and give you those updates as well. So much happening, a lot breaking this morning. We've got it all covered.
All right, looking forward to that as we wrap it up today with today. What I've actually been told, a very huge today in music history, according to Phil Lomquist.
Oh, wait, hang on. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
This day in music history. Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Monday, February 26th, we celebrate the birthdays of Jonathan Cain of Journey, Fats Domino, and Johnny Cash. One notable single released today includes Harlem Shuffle by the Stones in '86. A couple notable albums include Motorhead's 1916, released in '91, and Set by the Thompson Twins in '82, which includes the song In the Name of Love. Also, Page and Plant began their No Quarter tour on this day in '95, and the Bee Gees played their final show on this day in 2002. But lastly, on this day in '97, the Grammys proved once again that they jumped the shark when they handed 3 Grammys to the Beatles for their anthology greatest hits album, 31 years after their last show. Why? Let me quote Greg.
Can we check our work, please?
For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lomquist.
No way.
Did
He
he
used
use
a stalker drop in his Today in Music History. I was waiting for the big finish. I'm like, there it is.
I give too much leeway here. I need to start cracking down on people. No, that was a very good.
Yeah.
Stay music.
How about that?
Congratulations.
Nice work, Phil. All right, as we wrap it up today with Who Won Twitter Today?
Who won Twitter?
I'm going to give it to Hugh Jorgen.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Hugh
Jorgen. Hugh Jorgen.
Hugh Jorgen.
It's bigger than a normal organ.
He asks, Mr. Jorgen asks, if it was a late night booty call from Fonny to Wade.
Oh, absolutely
I
was.
I think so.
Actually, they were going over testimony from cross-examination earlier in the day.
Yeah, from 10:45 to, what'd you say, 3 a.m.?
Yeah, you got to get some coffee late at night. You know, these attorneys work hard.
They do.
You think they charge $3.50 an hour for no reason?
Nope.
Come on. All right, that'll do it for us.
Hugh Jorgen.
Yes,
Hugh Jorgen wins.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm so juvenile.
You really are.
All right.
And there's still 4 more days left this week.
I know.
All right, that's it. We're out of here. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is coming up next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. And as our favorite Pennsylvania senator would say,
good night, everybody.
Spring is approaching fast. It's time for you to get into shape and ready for the warmer weather. For over a decade, NJ Diet has helped thousands